Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to, this is the 10th edition of ACM SIGIR ICTIR and the 14th International Conference on Theory of Information Retrieval. Very happy to see you all here today. Yes, so before I introduce today's program, I would like to start by introducing ourselves. So my name is Harry Oosterhuis. I'm the General Chair of this year's ICTIR edition. In the organization, we also have our program chairs, Hanna Bast and Chengyuan Xiong, who are sitting here in the front. And we have our proceedings chair, Nagin Rahimi, without whom we couldn't have put this together. So many thanks to you all, especially considering that ICTIR has a very short time between the call for papers, the notifications, and the actual conference. So these people really had to work very hard in the last couple of weeks and months to make it. Yeah. Thank you. There's more people who helped here, so I want to thank the general chairs from SIGIR, who also are very fundamental in having this take place. Who helped with getting our volunteers here today. Solapero, who helped with the student travel grants, which some of you have used, and executive events for putting this together. All right. Then, finally, we have our sponsor. So this event is sponsored by SIGIR. Without them, again, we wouldn't be able to do this. So thank you all. Okay, so today we have a program up till 8 o'clock, but the last paper presentation will be at 5. As you can see, we have 3 paper sessions and a keynote, separated by 2 coffee breaks and a break. We roughly divided these paper sessions into different themes. These are not very strongly themed because, as you can see, we are doing no parallel sessions this year. But still, if you want to get an idea of the papers that show in there, that's what we're doing. I'll now say a bit more about the new things that we did this year. So, as you probably know, ICTIR has been co-located with SIGIR for about 3 or 4 years. But we've been doing things differently than in the previous years. The first thing that you will definitely notice is that we now have a separate day. So we no longer have overlap with SIGIR, because in previous years people were unable to sort of attend ICTIR, and when asked, well, at least when you asked them why didn't you come to ICTIR, they would say, well, there were so many good SIGIR tutorials, and there was a tutorial consortium, and sometimes it was overlapping with paper sessions. So this year you don't have that excuse. But of course this is a risky move, because we didn't know how many people would want to show up a day ahead. So I'm very happy to see you all, because we really had no idea to predict beforehand how many people would be willing to show up a day earlier for ICTIR. With a separate day, we also get a separate social event. So I think this is an added benefit. That's the reception that we have in the evening. It also has some nice food for you, so you can think of it as a mix between a banquet and a reception. We also had separate student travel grants this year, so students who just got a travel grant to come to ICTIR. What we decided this year, so this is a decision on our part, is to don't have any parallel sessions. So in previous ICTIR editions, there would be sometimes 2 sessions happening at the same time. We thought, because it's a smaller conference, we don't want to divide the audience. We want people to be presenting to as many people as possible. So we don't have any parallel sessions. I really like this idea that we are not spreading out the sessions, but if anyone who's prepared a presentation knows that the other side of that is that now there's less time per presentation. So I'm sorry that presenters only get 9 minutes this year, but that allows us to sort of present to everyone instead of half of the audience or less. Finally, in line with SIGIR, there's no hybrid setup this year, so we don't have an online audience right now. However, all the sessions are being recorded and will be placed on YouTube later. So there might be some people watching online, but they would be watching us in the future. And another change that we made is we didn't use EasyChair this year, but Open Review. This is a change that one of the PC chairs will tell us more about in a minute. Okay, so hopefully most of these are improvements, but again, this is partly an experiment. But I think from what we see in the program so far, it's turning out very well. So like I said, we had no idea how many people would show up. I don't have the latest numbers. This is based on what we saw 2 days ago. We had over 70 attendees, and what you see here is a list of the countries from which people, from which the affiliations people filled in were affiliated with. So that's sort of the closest proxy we get to where people are located. I don't know if you can see what it says in the back, but you probably won't be surprised that the most attendees this year are coming from the USA, 36%. Then we have the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and Australia, and so forth. There's obviously a correlation between how easy it is to get a visa in the countries where people, in the US and where people come from. But still, we have a very diverse audience that we're very happy with. Okay, then I'll now give the microphone to Hannah Bast, who's going to talk about how we created the program for this year.
Hello, can you hear me all right? So, we are the PC chairs. We will tell you a bit about the reviewing. It will take about 2 hours. Hope that's fine. So the call for papers. So Harry already mentioned we changed quite a bit. Let me just show it to you on the ICTIR website. It was more focused than in previous years. That's basically it. Just said what's the scope regarding methodology, what's the scope regarding topic, where it essentially says, just like SIGIR, very clear, very brief. I hope you liked it. If not, please tell us. So what was new? That's important, and please tell us your opinion about it. This time we said very clearly the papers should have a significant theoretical part, where theory was defined very broadly. It sounds logical because the conference is called Theory of Information Retrieval, but previously it did it differently. So as a consequence, we had fewer submissions, and I think that's why previous years did it differently too. But we also had fewer out-of-scope submissions. I think it's very reasonable to do that, but let us know your opinions over the day. It would be very interesting to know. How did we review? Harry already mentioned it. We used Open Review for the first time. Maybe SIGIR also wants to do this at some point. So in previous years, EasyChair was used. EasyChair is a very nice conference management system. I will mention it in a second. Open Review gives the option to make the reviews publicly available afterwards. Let me just briefly show you how that looks. So that's not Open Review yet, that's Google. So if you just Google Open Review ICTIR 2024, you get here as the first hit this page. And this is now just all the papers that were accepted on the openreview.net site. If I click on any papers here, I don't know how many in the audience have already seen Open Review published stuff. Okay, so it's a few. Let me just magnify this a little bit. How do I do this? Is it Control plus? Oh, it's Command plus. It's a Mac, and I'm not familiar with Macs, but that's no. So here you have the paper, of course you have the PDF there, and here you have the meta review, and this is typical, so everything has a hash here. So that's meta reviewer N9WA. And so you will see if two reviews are from the same person, you will see that by that hash, but you don't see any names. So here you have the first official review, the second official review, and so on, and you see 4 reviews per paper. So that's how so it's now out there for anyone to see and check, to experiments with whatever, which is very nice. So how did it work? It's very clear it's less mature than EasyChair. EasyChair has been around for a long time, it just works, it's nice. We encountered a number of bugs, but there is a technical support. They usually answer within 24 hours, so I think Do you agree? We were happy with the experience. Yeah.
That's very hacky, but overall it's very functional.
Yeah, very hacky. That's, I think, the right word too. But it works, so maybe worth trying for SIGIR as well. So a few statistics. So we had 45 submissions, so that's significantly less than in previous years, was 73, 80, 69. Of course, if you expand the scope to infinity, you get more papers. The question is whether you want that, but we also accepted more papers. I will show you in a second. So we had reviewers. What's also new, I didn't say it, we had meta-reviewers this year. So the reviewers who review the reviewers, which I think is very important. So everybody had at most 4 submissions. I think that's a very moderate load. So each paper had 4 reviewers and 1 meta-reviewer for redundancy. And this also worked out fine. All the meta-reviewers delivered. Thank you very much for that. All but 2 reviewers delivered. When I say all but 2, this means that they got like 10 reminders. Private, personal, sent to all, they just didn't deliver their reviews. These are people, these are colleagues, so I find it quite amazing. I don't know if they're in the room, probably not. So 5 papers as a result received only 3 reviews. We also had some emergency reviewers, but yeah. So that's half of the job of being program chair is to send personal reminders, just so you know. That's just a fact. We had guidelines, very clear and concise guidelines for both reviewers and meta-reviewers. And not only that, they are also public, so you can read them here. So it's a 5-minute read on the website, also for the meta-reviewers. Interesting question, how did that work out? So, and also we said here the guidelines, we said it again, we reminded people. So about 2/3 of the reviewers read the guidelines and followed them. About 1/3 completely ignored it. So interesting how the human mind works. That also includes meta-reviewers. So both reviewers and meta-reviewers, 1/3 just, yeah, I'm getting all these mails. Yeah, didn't read them. As a result, we accepted 26 out of 45 submissions. So that's an acceptance rate of over 50%. In some cases, we overturned the decisions by the meta-reviewers in favor of acceptance, 6 papers. So that was our strategy. In case of doubt, accept. I think that's the right way to go these days. So as you can see on the previous slide, we have seen we had fewer submissions, but we have a higher acceptance rate. I think that's also a good way to go for the future. Also something new, so I don't know, I'm not sure how it's for SIGIR, I think it's similar. You share the conference, you can talk to the people from previous years, but nothing is written up. We changed that, so everything is written up now. Every mail we send, everything we wrote in the proceedings, the review form, the configuration, it's just in a repository on GitHub now. So here you, it's, so here you have, I think for maybe some people in the room who want to organize it next year, one in the next years, you can just do that, copy it, and then continue it. I think that's really valuable. And you see there are all kinds of statistics. Also, we went through the last ICTIRs and just, let me do that again. That's also useful information, right? It's here in the README. Yeah, when was last SIGIR ICTIR? How was it related to SIGIR? What were the number of submissions, acceptance rate, PC members, and all that stuff? And I think now that it's there, it's easy to just continue that for the next year. It's very useful when you organize this. So, and I think, thanks again. Some of them are in the room. I see some of them. Thanks to all the reviewers and meta-reviewers. You are the one doing most of the work, and so thanks a lot for the hard work. And overall, that worked really well. 2 more slides, and then I pass back to Harry. So this is just a word cloud of the topics of the accepted papers. Some very surprising words here, like search and retrieval. 2 words is also very interesting. Towards, yeah, okay, that's a word cloud. Here, that's very simple. That's now not attendance statistics, it's affiliations of only the accepted papers. Oh, it looks a bit similar to the other figure we have seen. Okay. And with that, I hand back to you, Harry. Thank you very much.
So it's really an honor for me to introduce Minmin Chen, senior researcher at Google DeepMind. One of the nice pleasures that you have as general chair is you can choose who you want to invite. For me, it was my first choice went to Minmin. The reason for that is because she did. That's not true, Alistair. I can prove it to you if you want. I have the emails. You can see. The reason for that is because, not just because he's a great and very inspiring researcher, but also because I think her research matches with ICTIR very well, in that there's often a very strong formal, mathematical, theoretical component that matches well with the topic of this conference, but then as well a link to real practice, which I think in the IR community we find very important. So one of her very influential works on me and my students has been her work, wisdom paper from 2019 about applying reinforcement learning to recommendation. At the time, before that paper, this seemed like something for the far future. It seemed like maybe a good idea, but maybe in 5 years or so we'll see something like that. But yeah, Minmin and her team showed at the time that you can already do this. They showed how it can be done, like what the framework would look like, but also actually applied it at YouTube. So already showing that this was actually ready for practice in some regard. She's now working a lot on long-term value. And here, again, not just looking for new methods, but also asking important questions, like what does long value mean? How should you measure it? How should you evaluate it? Which, again, I think fit very well with this conference. So yeah, Minmin has, so for this work, by the way, you have a paper, I think, at Wisdom this year on this topic that received the Best Paper Award. So it's also been very well received at Wisdom. I now hope that with this talk, she also gets some more influence in the IR community, because I think she would very well deserve that. So please join me in welcoming Minmin Chen.
Oh, thanks, Harry, and the organizers for having me here. It's a great honor to be here to present this topic on exploration. So I guess exploration has been always this very fascinating topic or concept, right? It's a topic that I now have personally worked on it for 2 years, but still felt like there's still a lot of unknowns. So hopefully this talk can inspire you to also think about a little bit about this topic and then work on this. So we as humans have always been driven by our inherent curiosity to explore, right? We wanted to go beyond what's familiar to us. We want to embrace the unknowns and want to discover new knowledge. But on the other hand, the systems we relied upon for acquiring information or for making decisions every day, they are actually on the very opposite of that. They tend to exploit. So there are very strong feedback loop effects in the recommender systems or information retrieval systems that we use daily, which also often leads to these very exploitative behaviors that creates the well-known rich get richer effect, or they tend to tie users to content they are already very familiar with. So the explore-exploit trade-off actually has been studied very extensively for many years. I think the first work was actually started in like 1950. So by exploitation, so what we mean is that we wanted to exploit the knowledge we have. So we wanted to take the actions we already took before, which we know will produce a highest reward. But on the other hand, we also need to explore, because there are potentially other actions which can lead to even better reward that we haven't taken before. So we need to take those actions in order to know if there are actually better options out there. So the problem has been, I guess, formally framed in ML or in the different fields as the bandit problems, and with the most simple form as the multi-arm bandits, where we define a set of actions, and then each with unknown rewards, and at each time step, the agents take an action, observe a reward, and the goal of the agent is basically to produce a policy which can maximize the cumulative reward, or equivalently to minimize the regret. And we all know that when we can properly balance the exploration and exploitation, and then we can achieve a sublinear regret, versus compared to if we do purely exploitation or purely exploration. So everything seems all worked out. Like there are methods, there are proofs, so it should just work in practice, right? Why don't we just take these algorithms and deploy it in any of the systems we have today? So when we talk to many practitioners who try to deploy these algorithms, what they would tell us is, well, it seems like it's not the case. Like whenever these algorithms they were deployed, they usually come back with very negative results. And then the partners we wanted to work with, they will tell us, no, it doesn't seem like it actually benefits our users. So apparently there is a gap from theory to practice. So well, on the paper, everything looks nice. It seems like as long as we explore. So this point here, where exploration is better than exploitation, it seems like it will come very quickly. So the cost we are planning to explore should pay off very quickly. But then in practice, in many of these real like industry platforms that we work with, because the platform has to accommodate a very, very large action space in the orders of billions. And at the same time, the users at the platform, they are also constantly changing their preferences in terms of what could achieve the highest reward for them at different times. So as a result, we have to keep exploring and we have to keep paying the cost. So naive exploration algorithm is not going to make the cut, so that it actually, like the time where the exploration wins over taking a purely greedy strategy, it might come very, very slowly. And at the same time, as we're going to show you later, that because of information leakage, actually some of these benefits of exploration is very hard to measure, so that it's hard to convince the stakeholder that we actually wanted to deploy these algorithms in practice. So how do we approach this very hard problem? So I guess all the experience told us is that breaking down the problem helps. So what we did is we basically breaking down this exploration problem in recommendations into two types of explorations. The first type, what we call item exploration, I think people in Rexis call it co-star, is basically the idea that when we know the user has interest in certain things, how can we surface basically relevant tail or fresh content to the same user? For example, if we know that the user is interested in the recent Trump-Biden debate, besides like the content from big news channels, what are some other content from some small independent channels that the user will enjoy watching as well. And then the second type is what we call user exploration, with the idea that how can we actually identify some unknown user interest or try to introduce users to new interests. Similarly, if we know the user is interested in the debate, are the relevant topics or interests the user might have, so that we can actually broaden them to a bigger pools of interest. So the two separation also give this very nice distinction, because actually these two types of exploration, they are challenging in their own perspective. So in our opinion, the item exploration is actually more challenging in terms of measurement, because the benefits of item exploration actually comes more indirect towards the user, which is often the effect we are trying to measure when you're working in industry. Sorry. And because of the information leakage, that makes that measurement difficult. And on the other hand, for user exploration, to have it working in industrial settings with a huge item corpus, it is actually very challenging in terms of methods, because there aren't a lot of methods which are very efficient in that setting. So here's going to be the agenda of the talk. So I'm going to be separating into two parts of talking about item exploration and then user exploration. In item exploration, more of the time will be spending on how we measure the values of exploration, and then go into the systems we build. And then for user exploration, the measurement is slightly easier, so we spend more time talking about the system, which is an OM-based approach for exploration. So for item exploration, so just a reminder, so the goal is that how can we surface a relevant tail and fresh content based on users' knowing interest. So the first part is going to be focused on the value. So when we deploy these item exploration treatments in industry, what we often see is that in a live experiment, we will see it often measure a neutral to negative user engagement matrix. So this is a live experiment which I think has been running for 2 weeks or a month, which deploys a very naive, epsilon greedy kind of exploration strategy in YouTube. And then in this case, we can see that actually there is a very drastic impact on the user matrix as the experiment goes on. And so we believe the reason is that a regular A/B test often only measures the cost of exploration in serving less certain content, because every time we explore, we're basically setting aside recommending something we know the user would for sure like, and instead we decided to take another action in order to gain information for the future, and that often has, and that comes with risk. So the research question we were facing was basically how can we quantify the values of item exploration so that we can actually go to our stakeholders in these different platforms and try to convince them that, yes, indeed, we need to do item exploration for the platform, even though it might come with some short-term cost to the platform. So what the approach we're taking is this two-step approach. So what we're arguing is that for item exploration, the direct benefits to the user might not manifest very quickly, but instead, there are benefits on item exploration to other entities of the recommendation system, such as the data, the model, the corpus, or the content providers. And these entities actually can benefits the users in the long run. So as a result, exploration actually provides additional values to our users. So this is, I guess, the regular A/B test. In this case, basically all the data corpus and content provider, they are shared between the control and treatment group. So as a result, the intermediate benefits of ITIR exploration on these entities of recommendation system cannot be measured due to leakage. And what we are proposing is basically to take this, I guess these are different instantiation of this multiple randomization design paper, which Amazon published a few years ago. So we also started doing it about around time, at the same time. So in a regular A/B test, what people were doing is basically you split on the user dimensions, and then you share everything between the control and treatment group. And since we're arguing that exploration itself actually has benefits on other entities beyond the users, so basically we need to split on some other dimensions as well, and then compare the kind of the treatment effect between the control treatment on these entities as well. So the additional dimension could be the data, and could be the corpus, or could be the content provider. And feel free to interrupt me if you have questions in the middle. So first set of experiments we run is basically this data-diverted experiment, which tries to prove that exploration has value in terms of acquiring less certain data, which benefits model training, and then as a result actually benefits the user in the long run. So in the data-diverted experiments, what we're doing is we are setting up actually two sets of experiments. There are experiments which are responsible for data acquisition, and then there are experiments which are responsible for comparing the effect, the downstream effect on the users. So in the first set of experiments, what we are doing is, so we set up two arms. The control arm is a purely exploitation-based system, and the treatment arm would run an exploration system which applies certain exploration treatment to the ranking system. And then we train two models. The first model, the control model, will only see traffic that's coming from the control treatment, so only see exploitation-based data. And then the treatment model B would then see data that has exploration in it. And then we run another set of experiments which then basically compare these two models and then see the effect of these exploration data on the model quality. So in our experiments, so we are basically trying to look at two dimensions of the measurements. So first is to look at the model uncertainty. So what we are seeing here is that, so basically for both the control and treatment arm, the model's uncertainty is gradually decreasing over the course of the training. But then for the treatment arm, actually when it started training on these exploration data, actually the uncertainty of the model reduces more than the control arm. And another experiment is to basically to look at the model quality between the two models. And we can see that actually the model which is trained using the exploration traffic actually performs much better than the one which trains only on exploitation data. And we see the effects actually keep going as the experiment goes on. So the second set of experiments that we're doing is basically to show that, well, exploration also can improve the corpus reachability. In other words, by exploration, then we can get to, the system is able to recommend more items in your corpus. So one thing we have seen in many of the platforms is that actually a lot of the traffic was concentrated on very few or very small portion of the corpus. Like, for example, in many of the platforms we work with, there will be almost like 90% of the corpus which receive actually very little impressions over their entire lifetime of the content on the platform. So in this case, we are doing this additional diversion on the corpus level, in other words, on the item level. So basically, we would split up the item corpus so that in addition to the split on the user side, the control arm only gets to serve a small part of the item corpus, and then similarly, the treatment arm also only sees the same number of corpus, but then the two of them are non-overlapping, so that we can see that exploration can bring effect to different corpus. And there are two metrics we are trying to track here. One is what we call daily unique impressed corpus. So this is basically try to measure the coverage of exploration treatment. We want to make sure there are more items that are getting impressions through the exploration treatment. But then another thing we want to make sure is that, so exploration is not only giving impression to everyone almost equally, because that will be just random exploration, which we know is not efficient. So what we wanted to make sure is that exploration actually acts kind of as the incubator, but it should incubate promising content. So we want to make sure that after the initial exploration, actually the content that it explored or it gives impression to can actually survive the system on their own after the exploration. So there's another matrix we measure which we call discoverable corpus, which basically measures the number of positive post-exploration interactions, like quick clicks, time spent, or satisfaction feedback we get on these items after they have been explored is higher. So this is the results we've seen on the set of experiments we run. So in the the control arm is the one which runs an exploitation system, and the treatment arm includes exploration treatment. And what we can see is that the y-axis here plots the discoverable corpus for different cutoff. The left here is when the cutoff is 100, and the right is when it's 1,000. So this basically counts the number of items which will have received more than 100 clicks or 1,000 clicks after they have been explored in certain time frame. And we can see that actually the treatment arm definitely has more items which reached this discoverable threshold. And we can also see that the gap between the control and treatment arm keep increase as the experiment goes on, which actually due to the effect that this treatment actually incentivizes the creators to create more content in the treatment arms. So once we prove that, I guess exploration can actually improve discoverable corpus, I guess to complete the loop, we also need to prove that the user actually can benefit from a bigger discoverable corpus. So in this figure, what we're showing is that between the control and treatment arm, we can see that actually the x-axis here plots the, I guess it's a log scale in terms of the number of positive interactions an item receives post-exploration. So I think one of the, usually the misconception people have is that exploration only is only able to discover or bring up content to certain stage, or it only give item certain number of impressions and then they just stay at that stage. I think what we're trying to show here is that exploration can basically discover the superstars of tomorrow. So it can actually help you discover some content which actually reach to a lot of interactions after the exploration. And this is kind of what we're seeing here. So in this case, the dotted line here are actually looking at the items which actually will get 1 million views or clicks after they have been explored. And what we're seeing here is that for the treatment arm, there's actually a very constant growth in terms of the number of content reaching different thresholds. So basically showing that we're actually able to grow the corpus of different popularities using this exploration treatment. Yes.
Just a clarification question. The treatment here is just the retrained ranker, or is it retrained ranker plus an exploration strategy? So
this treatment here is actually, it stands up a complete different stacks, which is only for exploration. Actually, I'm going to talk about it very quickly after. Yeah. Yeah, so this is, I guess, the same kind of setup, but at this time we look at the effect of exploration on the content providers, and what we can see is that when this treatment of exploration is on, then the content provider, they actually tends to create more, as shown in the left figure here, and then the right figure shows that actually the retention of the content providers on the platform, which both shows that actually exploration can help drive these content provider activities on the platform. So this is basically try to close the loop in terms of arguing that. So we have shown that exploration can bring up the corpus and can bring up the content provider activities. But then one question people might ask is that, well, does that actually benefit our users? So since it's very hard for us to create a world where the item corpus is actually bigger, so instead we try to prove it from the ablation point of view in the sense that we actually try to reduce the corpus, and then we try to see if the user will actually react to that. And so these are the experiments where we have been running on the platform actually for months, where we try to ablate the corpus by 10%, 20%, 30%, or up to 50%. So in each of these treatments, a user, instead of seeing the full corpus, it will only see a smaller part of the corpus. And to also make sure the comparison is fair, so in the control arm, we are also removing some items, but then the removal of the item is actually random between the different user requests. So the user can still see the full corpus, but at each time, it's still a smaller set of recommendations compared to, so I guess between the control and treatment, the number of content the user see is still the same, but then it's just in the treatment on the user are consistently removed from certain corpus, and we can see that there is actually a very consistent effect on the users when the corpus was ablated, which means that actually the user would prefer a bigger corpus. So that kind of completes our loop in terms of showing that, well, basically we need exploration to kind of grow our corpus so that it can actually benefit the user. So now once we prove that, basically exploration has these long-term, has these benefits on these different entities, which can in the end benefit our users, then the next question is basically how do we come up with an effective treatment to bring exploration to our to these different recommendation systems. So our work basically focused on two different kinds of methods. One is to basically design these very dedicated exploration stack with the idea that because we know our system currently is very biased towards recommending much popular content, so can we create these new stack so that it's focused entirely, or it's focused much more on exploration so that we can actually incubate these tail or fresh content. And then the second line is the work basically focus on how can we bring these very much exploitation-based system towards more exploration-based. So for this dedicated exploration stack, so the idea is very simple. It's basically, it's almost a duplication of our existing system, but the system is only used to serve fresh and tail items, which means that only items that are that have been uploaded in the past few days, and the items which has received less than a certain number of positive interactions will be eligible to be served in the stack. And then the stack is relatively separated from the others. So basically, it means there are certain slots on your homepage of on your both homepage or watch page that will be dedicated to this systems. And it's very similar to the other, to the regular recommendation stack we see, where it will have kind of the nomination, the ranking system as well. But then one thing we've seen here is that there are a lot of more kind of exploration systems that were incorporated into the different stage to make sure that we can actually serve more exploration-focused items. So here I guess we're talking about how we build the nomination system for the stack. So it has basically tried to combine two types of systems. One has high generalizations to make sure that we can actually handle items of very little interaction history or even zero interaction histories. And then one is to make use of near real-time updates so that we can kind of quickly promote items which of high quality in this exploration pool. So the generalization in the generalization system is it's very similar to it's a two-tower DN system, but then we basically drop any features which are depending on the historical popularity of the items. So we remove any ID embeddings, we remove any features which could be indicative of how popular an item is, to make sure that the system cannot use that information to bias against the tail and fresh content. And then for the near real-time nomination system, so what we're doing is basically trying to build a very a smaller scale model which can be trained very quickly. So the model has like a 15 minutes updating frequency compared to the regular models we have, which will have like days or at least kind of several hours of latency. So that we make sure it can actually pick up the feedback that we've seen on these stacks, where if an item, a tail or fresh item is actually getting interactions from the users, then we can quickly learn that this is a popular item, so we need to give it more impressions to help it actually graduate from exploration very quickly. And this is basically how we are basically combining the two types of systems, so that the generalization system focus on basically to get items from this zero to kind of maybe a few hundred interactions, and then the middle funnel, which is the real-time system, try to get you quickly to that 1,000 range, so then the item can basically graduate from exploration and enter the main system. So now move on to neural bandits. People have been framing recommendations as contextual bandits for a long time, where again, you have this repeated interactions, a user comes, you model the users as certain contextual features, and then the system presents actions, and then observe reward, and we're trying to model this reward with a linear payoff between the only context features, usually, for linear bandits. Of course, the goal of the agent is to basically minimize the regrets. And we know there are classic algorithms like LinUCB or Thompson sampling with linear payoff that works very well. The challenge with applying this to industrial recommendation system is that, industrial recommenders actually are based off DNNs, and then the very complex relationships between the users and items actually needs these much more complex models to model. So that, so the question is basically how can we still do exploration in these very much DNN-based directions. And the idea is basically try to combine the kind of computational efficiency of the linear models or linear use contextual bandits algorithms with the representation powers of deep neural networks. And this is the algorithm which is called neurolinear, which basically takes the representations of neural networks as the context features for linear bandits on top, which basically achieved the best of both worlds. So we basically tried to incorporate this algorithm in the ranking systems we have on the platform. So what we did is we take all the last layer embedding, which is coming out from the DNN as the contextual features, and then we build a linear bandit on top of it, which then try to estimate the uncertainty using the last layer embeddings, and then it takes the logics, which naturally comes out from the DNNs, and then incorporate uncertainty using Thompson sampling at serving time, so that we can explore the fresh and tail items. Is there a question? Oh, okay.
I did have a
yes.
question. So you're treating the final layer as static features here by the neural bandits, or is there also variation to that? The linear bandits is not propagating gradients back to the features, but they are co-trained basically with the ranker. So the ranker they are keep updating every certain hours, and then the linear bandits, because there's no gradient update, there's a closed form. We know for linear there's a closed form update which we can use to compute the variance. So it's just taking those features and then keep updating the. I see.
Yeah.
And what is the DNN model trained on then? So that those features need to be useful for the bandit, right? So
yes. So we actually did a lot of study because for this to work, we basically need to ensure that the contextual features we use, there is a linear relationship between the reward we try to model and the contextual features we are trying to use. So we actually did analysis to make sure that the features is predictive of the reward, and we also added additional features. So there are some additional features added or concatenated with the embeddings coming from the ranker which is used in computing the uncertainty.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, just to follow up on that. Maybe I didn't quite catch it, but what is the DNN then trained on? What's the training objective?
So the DNNs, so these are the kind of very, I guess, commonly used multitask DNNs in recommendation systems. So it usually trains to predict different objectives, like for example, the click-through rate, the like rate, or dislike rate, how long the user will spend on each items. So we basically take like the last layers which are coming out to one of the head and use that as a contextual feature for the bandits in this case. I guess this is basically talking about the Thompson sampling for serving, and then in live experiments, I could see that in this case, when we have a very efficient exploration algorithm, so it actually in the end, it helps both the user engagement matrix as well as the corpus matrix, which is actually the first time we've seen that an exploration algorithm actually improves both at the same time. It's usually very rare. Often you see the corpus grows, but then it comes at the cost of the user matrix. But in this case, I think the reason we believe it's the case is that because this bandit algorithm is very efficient, so the cost we have to pay for exploration is low, as well as for this specific platform, I think user is a preference. This is kind of a short form video platform, so that the user actually prefer to see more fresh and tail content. So I think the combined effects leads to so both a positive change for the corpus as well as users. And then we did a little bit digging in terms of the uncertainty estimate, but for time's sake, I think I'm gonna skip it. And then we also try to extend it to the multitask ranking systems, and then as well as nomination systems. I think one of the key messages we want to get across is that for you to make sure that you are moving the system towards a more exploration thinking, you should definitely think about all the different stages in your system and making sure that all of them are moving in the same way. So otherwise, you'll be blocking each other, basically. Now I guess move on to the second part of the talk, which is user exploration. As I said before, I think for user exploration, it's a problem that's slightly easier on the measurement side, but actually harder on the method side. So for measurement, because the effect is still coming to the user, even though it comes in a longer time span. So we also did actually some work, which is try to look at, as Harry said, I think we wanted to make sure that our system is actually improve on the long-term user values. So then we really started looking into understand does user exploration actually help with these long-term user values. Of course, I think the question in terms of defining what does it mean to have a good long-term user value is still an open question. But in this case, we take, I guess, a simplistic view of saying that, well, if the user come to the platform and they stay on the platform for a long time, that means at least they are enjoying the platform. So we basically did these analysis, which actually look at the user visiting log in a very long, I guess, in industry criteria, like a 5 months time frame, and look at the kind of user visiting frequency during that 5 months. So what we wanted to see is that if there are some users who, at the beginning of this analysis, come to the platform very infrequently, but in the end, they transitioned and become a high-frequency user of the platform, then we're saying, well, it seems like the platform is bringing the user some values, and then we wanted to identify if that user exploration actually has something to do with it. So this is basically, I guess, a summary of that paper, but it's an interesting paper, so you should look into that. So in this, there are basically two groups of users we look at in the 5 months time span. The orange one is the user who stayed as this low activity user during that entire time frame. And then the blue one shows the user who actually converted from this low frequency users to high frequency users. And one thing we've seen that is, so the group of users who actually converted, they actually have a high entropy in terms of the content or the topics they consume, which give us the hope that, well, basically if we can bring the users to more topics, basically if we can introduce users successfully to new interests, that will benefit their the long-term values of the users. Actually, the paper has much more analysis than this, so yeah, please read the paper if you're interested. Now, I guess the question is, how can we do user exploration? I guess these days everyone is fascinated by large language models. Everyone is thinking, what can large language model do for recommendations? I mean, apparently there are many front-end treatment or front-end experience I think LLMs can bring. But I think this work, what we're basically trying to see is, can LLM actually help with some of these recommendation tasks which are very challenging for classic recommendation models today. And we think actually user exploration is one good use case of LLMs. As I said, for user exploration, it's challenging on methods because for in these industrial recommendation settings, the item space is so big. It's in orders of billions, so there's no way for you to actually explore all the different items in order to know what's the new interest a user have. So the intuition is that basically we need to explore some structure in the interest space so that we can actually quickly or efficiently identify what could be interesting to the user, given we know that they have certain interests so far. And this is where we think LLMs can help. But then, of course, LLM does not solve the problem alone, because we know that LLMs still have a lot of deficiencies in themselves. First, in terms of the item expertise, LLMs today, even though it trains on the vast knowledge on the web, it does not have very deep knowledge in terms of the these item corpus on specific platforms, which is also constantly evolving over time. And LLMs, there is usually a very long delay of months or even years in terms of the knowledge they take for training. And again, LLMs does not have these kind of collaborative signals that we have on the platforms. Of course, it's very hard to scale the inference of LLMs to meet the kind of QPS that's required for industrial recommenders. So the approach we are proposing is basically this hybrid approach, where we take an LLM to generate a higher level language policy that can give us a language-based novel interest, which tells us what's the potential novel interest user have based on their history. And then we combine that with a classic recommendations models, which are smaller compared to the LLMs, which are much more efficient to serve, and they are trained on these specific platforms, so they have a lot of knowledge in terms of the item corpus of this specific platform. So by combining them, then we can have a system which can do user exploration. So this addresses some of the challenge I mentioned before about LLMs, because so first on the item expertise, now basically we are relying on these classic recommendation models which are trained on the platform for doing that instead of LLMs, and then for scalability. So what we're arguing is that basically for these high-level language policies, it can be done offline and it can be cached. So it can be done in much less frequency than the kind of QPS that we need to handle for every user request. So now the question is basically how do we come up with a high-level language policy? So the task here is basically now we observe a sequence of interactions the user have consumed these items in the past. How can we use LLM to generate what could be the next novel interest for the user? There are two things we did here. So because, as I said, LLMs might not have a lot of very deep knowledge of these specific items. So one thing we did instead is to basically abstract it to move beyond this kind of item level understanding. So in this case, we are trying to abstract it to an interest cluster, which you can generate through many different clustering algorithms or using any metadata you have on the items. And then similarly, instead of allowing LLMs to do very free-form generation in terms of user interest, we know LLMs, the free-form generation actually can be at a very different granularity. You can't control it, so which is we think it's bad. So we wanted to actually control that. So we want to make sure the generated user interest is in certain granularity that we would like to connect, to interface with the low-level recommendation models. So if one can imagine if the LM generates something which is very broad, then it's basically not providing much guidance to the lower-level recommendation models. And if it's generating something that's too specific, because it doesn't actually have like the full specific knowledge of the platform, which it might not make good recommendations. So then the question is basically first, how can we teach LMs about these interest clusters, which might not even be in LM's vocabulary. So the approach that people in academia have been taken with, there are the P5 paper, and there are these different ideas of using prompt tuning or fine tuning to try to introduce new tokens. So we decided to not take this approach because we figure if we need to introduce a lot of new tokens in recommendations, we do have a lot of new tokens. We have, billions of users, billions of items. If we want to add them to LMs, that's a lot of tokens to add, and that will require a lot of fine-tuning steps, which we think will actually sacrifice LM's original capability. So what we are proposing is instead we take translate the recommendation object we have, which is, for example, interest cluster 1, which is not in LM's vocabulary, into something that's still natural language. So in this case, we basically take all the salient terms, which are the keywords for all the items that belong to these specific clusters, and then we aggregate them into a multigram. So in this case, what we're showing is that if we have these, we prompt an LMs, we tell it about the clusters the user have consumed in the past, and we ask what will be a new interest the user have. So LM can actually give very much reasonable suggestions. So it seems like the user is actually on tropical vacation journeys in this case, and the result is very reasonable by just looking at it. So the challenge is that because the generation is freeform in this case, so it generates something, there's no way for us to make use of it. It cannot be mapped to this interest cluster that we wanted to operate on. So the approach for us to do it is to basically using fine-tuning so that we can actually align LMs to this interest cluster space and also give it some signal of what's the kind of interest transition or successful interest transition we have on the platform through this fine-tuning steps. So what we did was basically we curated this fine-tuning data set, which has the form here. So it has this historical clusters the user has consumed, and then it gives a label which is actually based on the successful user transition on the platform that we identified from the log. So if the user indeed actually consumes a new topic on the platform, and then it actually provides positive feedback on this new interest, then we use it as kind of the Guangchu's fine-tuning data to fine-tune the LMs. I think another message I want to get across is so we also did a careful curation in this to make sure that actually there are a lot of diversity in the fine-tuning data to again deal with the kind of long tail effect or exploitation effect that we see in learning. Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah, so I guess one thing we did was also, I guess, how can you choose the right checkpoint so that LM still keep the word knowledge it has, but then also learns to speak the language of these recommendation clusters or the interest transition of specific platforms. And in our experiment, we see is actually LM can actually very quickly learn to speak this new language of interest cluster. And then in the second stage, it learns about these interest transition of the platform. But then I think one thing we want to note is that actually on the test set, we can see the recall rate is much lower, which we actually want. It means that LM still very much rely on the word knowledge it has within itself to make these recommendations. So it's not subject to the kind of feedback loop we see on the recommendation platforms. Yeah, I think I'm going to skip this, but I think in summary, what we see is that this approach actually has been one of the very successful user exploration experiments on the platform. So we built the system. It shows a very high percentage of novel content compared to other existing user exploration systems on the platform, which are shown in blue, or the exploitation systems, which are shown in orange. And then even though the system, which is the green here, is showing novel content, actually has a lot of very high positive interaction from the user compared to the other system, which means that we are actually able to identify contents, like novel content the user would actually enjoy watching. Yeah, I think some of the summary of lessons. In terms of measurements, I think for exploration, there are a lot of challenge in terms of capturing the benefits, and what we do is to basically identify these intermediary entities on proxy images so that we can actually measure the values of exploration and use that to convince stakeholders that you need to move towards a more exploration-based systems. And then there are different treatments we need to apply to make sure our system can actually explore. Yeah, and I think for next, we should look into exploration in LMs as well. So even though it gave us some initial success, I think we still see there are a lot of gap in terms of how well LMs, if we do nothing to it, can explore. So that's something I think we're going to look into next. Thank you.
Then I'll start by introducing for our first paper, which is Evaluation of Temporal Change in IR Test Collections, which will be presented by Jüri Keller.
Thank you, and good job on pronunciation my name. All right, then I guess you can hear me. I will just start. So, hello everyone. My name is Jüri Keller. I'm really happy to be here today and to present to you our recent work entitled Evaluation of Temporal Change in IR Test Collections. This was joint work with my colleagues Timo Breuer and Philipp Scheer, and we are from the University of Applied Sciences TH Köln in Cologne, Germany. As you can tell by the title, we are concerned with evaluations in information retrieval with a special focus on temporal changes in there. And therefore, let's start with the retrieval problem. Of course, you are all familiar with that, no doubt, but as a quick reminder, we have some documents and we have some topics, and we create a matching between both to get some results. And the question is, how well does it work? And therefore, we create a test collection, so we annotate some documents for some topics, and we can assess the effectiveness, but this is assumed to be static, and not only in test collection evaluations, but in many more evaluation paradigms. And we think this is a problem because all of these components can change, and they will change over time. So, of course, you can think of many changes by yourself. We also collected some of them, and we see that, for example, documents are updated, websites are updated every day, new topics arise, new questions arise, we add new topics and new documents to our corpus, and even the relevance is not static, right? So a document relevant today might not be relevant tomorrow anymore. So to set the stage here, for us it's important to see that IR systems are exposed to constant change. However, we abstract all of these changes in our evaluation paradigms, and if we would like to have, or if we would like to reintroduce some of these temporal changes to our evaluations, we need new methods to compare the results. Therefore, in this study, we asked the research question, how can we quantify the impact of changes in the evaluation setup on the retrieval results? And we see this as an important prerequisite for a more holistic evaluation of retrieval systems that help us to better understand them. And before we can actually factor these changes, we need first to describe them properly and also quantify them. And this brings us to our main contributions. So we first created a classification schema to describe the evaluation scenarios. We did so along the main components of a test collection, the documents, the topics, the curls, and we used some change operators, the create, update, and delete. Fairly simple, but this lets us describe different retrieval scenarios. Then we used a set of measures that can help us to describe the changes on different granularities. And last but not least, we put all of this into practice by using different retrieval test collections with different changes that all have or cover various scenarios and also have an overlap so that we can compare the results. And finally, of course, we did a comprehensive discussion with some literatures, and this is also what I would like to focus on for the rest of this presentation. So the key findings, the evolving rankings, and how we can compare the effectiveness, and then we have some conclusions as well. So let's start with the evolving rankings, and we describe different changes in the test collections, and of course these changes in the test collection affect also our outcomes, so our results and rankings. And we used 5 static systems that do not change over time, and created runs at various points in time with these test collections, and then compared the results to the first point in time. And what we see here is an almost gradually deteriorating similarity to the first point in time. In contrast to that, we also assessed the effectiveness at these points in time and saw a different pattern here, so rather a fluctuating trend. And therefore we see no great overlap or no great agreement between the effectiveness of a ranking and its similarity towards the first point in time. This means that the measured effectiveness is not temporal reliable by default. And this is of course so because the changes in the test collection influenced these rankings, and the recall-based changes. So really a side-by-side comparison is not really valid, but rather shows the changes in the test collection. Therefore, the question arises, how can we compare the effectiveness, and how can we extract the changes in effectiveness that are introduced by the systems? So here we explored a pivot strategy, where we not only evaluated our experimental system here in red, this one, and this one, but also we used another retrieval system, a pivot system here, and then created the delta, or compared the delta between both over time, so that by using the pivot system, both systems are exposed to the same changes, and we can somehow abstract the changes introduced by the test collection. To put that into practice, here we have kind of a sneak peek from a different study we did as well. So we have two static systems that do not change over time, and then we have two systems that are dynamic. So that means that they are dependent on some temporal features that help the system for the results. And what we see here is first our average retrieval performance, so the raw NDCG, and we have this fluctuating pattern. Then we have the result delta, which is kind of the state of the art currently, comparing the relative change compared to the first point in time. And here we see similar patterns for all retrieval systems. And in comparison to that, we have the delta relative improvement, which uses this pivot strategy. And here we see two different trends. So for the static systems, also the delta relative improvement stays static. And for the dynamic systems, we see some changes. So this kind of shows how we abstract the changes introduced by the test collection and focus really on the system effectiveness changes. And by that, the conclusion is that we can use strategies like that to compare the results or the effectiveness of the results over time. Last but not least, we have some conclusions. So we saw that the results are dependent on the point in time, and therefore for a holistic evaluation of the retrieval system, we should also account for them or factor them in. But with that, many more challenges arise. So, for example, the most effective system might not be the most robust system over time, or that we know that averaging across different topics is already a little bit dangerous in evaluations, but with this temporal dimension, this might even get more worse, because we have different systematic changes in relevance. So if you think of relevance patterns, where some documents are relevant always at certain points in time, these can overlap and even increase this effect. And last but not least, the question is, how do the users actually perceive that? Because we saw a similar ranking might have a completely different relevance, and vice versa. So this is another open question for future work. Yes, and this is already it. So thanks a lot for your attention. Thanks a lot for the SIGIR travel grant, which makes it possible that I can be here today. And yeah, thank you for your attention.
So Maria will talk about coherence-based query performance measures for dense retrieval and its joint work with Craig MacDonald. Are you ready? Okay, off you go.
Hello everyone, I will be presenting our paper, Coherence-based query performance measures for dense retrieval, together with Craig MacDonald. So, QPP in general predicts the effectiveness of a search result in response to a query without access to relevance judgments. The evaluation of QPP is by correlating the per-query evaluation matrix with the QPP estimate. On the other hand, a scaled absolute rank error measure is another alternative that gives per-query measurements. Among all the QPP techniques, recent work has focused on post-retrieval QPP techniques, which assess the representations of the retrieved documents. However, most of this work, including a recent work such as BERT QPP, has examined QPP accuracy in a BM25 ranking. Still, dense retrieval methods are nowadays more popular. Still, little work has been done to examine representation-based QPP techniques with dense retrieval, which is actually the focus of our work. State-of-the-art QPP predictors can be grouped into 3 groups. Score-based techniques, which are mainly standard deviation-based and have been applied on both dense and sparse retrievals. The representation-based methods, which include spatial autocorrelation and some network metrics, such as the average neighbor degree and the density in a document similarity graph. Those have been applied in a sparse retrieval method, but can those actually be adapted to work in embedded representations? And can we devise new predictors for this purpose? Finally, a last group of predictors are supervised based on neural architectures such as BERT-QPP, which estimates the relevance of the top-ranked document. The question is, do we actually need a separate model for that? Do we need to re-encode? And if those representations are already contained in dense retrieval models, and if BERT-QPP examines the top document, could maybe mono T5 do better than that? So our aim is to develop predictors for dense retrieval methods and examine how they perform on those. For this purpose, we study the similarity matrix between the top-ranked document embeddings, where each element is the inner product between 2 documents at ranks I and J. Also on the right-hand side, we can see the similarity matrix of the top 100 documents of TCT Colbert in TREC-TL 2019, while for the best query we see higher similarities among higher ranks, indicated with lighter shading, and lower similarities for lower ranks with darker shading. The pattern is less focused for the worst query, where we see darker shading also on higher ranks and less dark shading on lower ranks. So based on this observation, we devised 2 predictors, pair ratio and air-pay ratio, which are both based on the ratio of top versus bottom mean similarities. This is done by setting a rank threshold and creating subsets of the similarity matrix determined by the resulting rank limits. For A-pay ratio, we also use an adjusted matrix where we weight by the absolute relevance score, or the similarity between query and document presentations. So we answer the following research questions. First, we compare coherence-based and score-based predictors for both sparse and dense retrieval, and then we compare unsupervised versus supervised predictors. We use the TREC-TL 2019 and 2020 query sets and the MS Markov asset corpus, and we use for sparse retrieval BM25 and ANSI and TCT Colbert for dense retrievers. We also adapt some sparse representation-based techniques to dense coherence-based, and then we use them together with our own predictors. And we also propose the supervised baseline predictor, which uses the mono T5 score of the top-ranked item, which means it's trained for relevance estimation. So for the first question, dense coherence versus scores-based predictors. Surprisingly, dense coherence-based predictors are better for sparse retrieval. As for dense retrieval, the dense coherence-based predictors are mainly better for NTCG and MRR, while score-based are often better for MAP. We believe that these discrepancies can be explained to some extent by query categorization, and we come back to that later. As for unsupervised versus supervised predictors, overall for sparse and dense retrieval, unsupervised predictors are better than supervised, and the most surprising result is for sparse retrieval. While, notably, using the mono T5 score of the top passage is a better predictor than BERT-QPP, which was trained for QPP. Coming back to our hypothesis about query categorization, we hypothesized that QPP variations are also due to query taxonomies or query types, as we term them. So we aim to explain why a QPP predictor fails in this case. For that purpose, we use a distribution-based measure, the SRE, and how do we use it? we put it as an outcome variable in linear mixed models, and we applied a series of models actually with a model selection strategy that tested the models that contained or not both the QPP predictor, which is the with-inquiry predictor, because at every QPP measurement we have a separate SRE value, and as a between-query factor we use the query type, because some queries receive the same SRE, which is again different from the other group. So the resulting model selection from the model selection strategy gave us some results, and we are interested in the following quantities. So pseudo R squared, epsilon, and 0 and 1. So the first shows us the proportional reduction in level 1 variance, so the within-query measurements in QPP. And the other two give us the proportional reduction in variance at level 2, so due to query type. So this shows us the higher the reduction, the proportional reduction, the more important the predictor is. And this shows us, here have the results. So for the two last rows of the table shows us that for the two dense retrieval models, the proportional reductions are higher due to query type for dense retrieval than sparse retrieval, which means that the accuracy of query performance prediction is influenced by query type more for dense than sparse retrieval. Also, we examined to what extent this varies across evaluation measures, and it gave us that actually NDCG is less sensitive to query type, because the model selection indicated we need a model without it, while for MAP, query type is actually MAP is more sensitive to query type because the full model was selected, so the model that contained the factor. So for more details about this model selection strategy, you can please refer to our paper. And some takeaway messages is that dense coherence-based predictors are useful with advanced retrieval methods and metrics less influenced with categorization. And the query type is in general an important aspect in dense retrieval. You could find our source code in the following direction, and thank you so much for your attention. I would like to thank very much for the travel grant that I received, and I would like to thank my CDT as well for funding this research.
Thank you very much. My name is Owen, and I'm going to talk about our incredibly long titled paper on the impacts of local intrinsic dimensionality, ordering, and data on recall in hierarchical navigable small worlds, which I wrote with my co-author Jesse Clark. So in this work, we look at the hierarchical navigable small worlds algorithm, or HNSW, which is a modern algorithm for vector search and dense retrieval applications. So we wanted to study this particularly under the contemporary use case with state-of-the-art embedding models. So HNSW is an approximate nearest neighbours algorithm, which means that the top k results you return are not actually guaranteed to be the exact k closest results. The difference between the approximate retriever and the exact retriever can be measured as recall, as the proportion of exact neighbours correctly returned by the approximate retrieval system at a given k. In exchange for this loss in recall, HNSW does give us a log n search time, which is a big improvement over the O of n search time for exact k and n. So for this research, we analysed it under three main families of data. So we looked at a synthetic data set, retrieval benchmark data sets with popular models. So we took 7 popular IR data sets and 16 popular embedding models, which gave us 112 data sets to evaluate over. And we also applied this to real-world e-commerce data with clip models for multimodal retrieval. Our goal here was really to determine what are the factors that can influence recall and what are the impacts that these have to end users and evaluation. We hypothesised that intrinsic dimensionality and indexing order can have an impact on recall. So why should we care about recall in our search? Well, we spend a lot of time and a lot of money in industry and academia researching how to best train our models for retrieval and how to get the most out of them. And if our recall is not high enough, then we're not getting value for our money on those. If you've got additional downstream systems like re-rankers, you can't re-rank what's not being returned in your initial retriever. And in industry and e-commerce applications, we can't sell things that aren't returned. So we began by testing HNSW in a more constrained environment on synthetic data. And this was really to build off prior research that shows that intrinsic dimensionality in query sets can relate to the recall of a query in an approximate retrieval system. And what we show in line with that research is that as we increase the intrinsic dimensionality of our vector spaces, recall decreases for our approximate retrievers. To explicitly control the intrinsic dimensionality, we developed an approach for projecting orthonormal basis vectors into a higher dimensional space. In this graph here, we project varying numbers of orthonormal bases into a 1024 dimensional vector space and evaluate the recall over those data sets. We calculate the NDCG10 scores at models on all of our data sets as well under a lower recall setting. And what we see is that not all vector spaces produced by popular models are impacted equally by the loss in recall, and that has a downstream implication on retrieval scores such as NDCG. What this means is that if your recall is not high in your approximate neighbour's system, your KNN benchmarking results may not even be proportional to their rankings under a lower recall environment. So HNSW uses graphs to store the data, and graphs are inherently a stateful object. So what we wanted to do is explore and extend the property of intrinsic dimensionality to local intrinsic dimensionality. So this is the intrinsic dimensionality of a local neighbourhood in the vector space. So for every point in our 112 data sets, we computed the pairwise distance for every document to find its 100 nearest neighbours, and from these we estimate the local intrinsic dimensionality of those neighbourhoods. If we then index the data in order of these point-wise intrinsic dimensionalities, what we can see is that the order in which the data is inserted to the graph actually has a large impact on the recall that we achieve. So ordering by descending local intrinsic dimensionality consistently outperforms a random baseline, whereas indexing in ascending order consistently underperforms a random baseline. We also, for 4 of our smaller data sets where it was tractable to do so, calculate some metrics on the graph in the final layer of the HNSW. And what we see is that we observe a positive correlation between recall and the average path length in the final layer of the graph, which aligns with our hypothesis that starting with low lead points forms tight localities within the graph, which makes traversal harder at search time. Obviously, ordering our data by local intrinsic dimensionality is quite a contrived example. It's not something you're likely to encounter in a real-world use case, as it does require computing all these local intrinsic dimensionalities first. So what we want to see is if we can parallel this to the real world as well. So in a real world data set such as e-commerce search application, we have all these other properties in our data set like categories, which can act as a reasonable proxy for intrinsic dimensionality. So we took a few real-world e-commerce data sets and evaluated the intrinsic dimensionality for each of the categories in that data set. And what we see is that these categories exhibit different intrinsic dimensionalities to each other and a lower intrinsic dimensionality to the data set as a whole, which makes sense because they're a subset of a more constrained part of the vector space. When data isn't randomly shuffled and, in a real world could be accidentally inserted with some kind of order related to category, what we show is that the same problem occurs that we saw with the ordered local intrinsic dimensionality insertion, where we can actually degrade or improve the recall based off the ordering of categories. In this case, for our L14 models, these were 2 clip architectures. We used Laon 2B checkpoints from OpenClip, and yeah, we can see we can get up to a 7 percentage point difference in recall between the 2 based on the ordering of the categories that we insert into the data. So yeah, we believe this research shines a light into an aspect of HNSW that's not particularly well studied, which is the stateful nature of the graphs and how we can insert data into them. There was actually another really interesting piece of research that came out just 3 days ago before this, which also looked at updates and changes to HNSW graphs through indexing and how you can actually end up with unreachable parts of the graph. So certainly an area for future research here is if there's actually sections of the graph when you order in these different that may become unreachable during indexing. So our findings include that some embedding models experience worse recall than others, and that this translates into a disconnect between exact and approximate systems when it comes to benchmarking and evaluation. And so we have some real-world scenarios here that can actually proxy these theoretical findings about insertion order and have notable impacts. As part of this, we've also released the embeddings that we used for the paper. So that's 16 models over 7 data sets, which is about 154 million queries and corpus embeddings, and the local intrinsic dimensionalities, 154 million in total, with the pointwise intrinsic dimensionalities for some of them. We also include the embeddings for MS Marco v2, which we did initially want to use for part of the research, but computing the pointwise intrinsic dimensionalities was sort of intractable for that because of the enumeration across the models would be about 45 quadrillion distance computations, which would take a few weeks probably to run, I think, on most hardware. So, thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
The next talk is by Alistair. You need to see the title there. It's joint work with Lida Rashidi and Justin Sobel. Alistair, the stage is yours.
Thank you. You can start the clock. So we were told earlier that Australians get easy access into the United States. I'd just like to point out that Lida, the first author, is still waiting for her visa to be approved as an Australian. So it's not just Chinese and Iranians and people of Chinese birth, it's also people of Iranian birth, even when they're Australian. This is a paper that I think also goes against Hannah's statement earlier that everything's got some theory in it. I don't think we've got any theory, sorry, but I don't feel bad.
No, conceptual was also all right.
Okay,
it was a wide understanding of theory.
Okay, all right, anyway, let's go.
Perfectly all right.
We're just down the road from the Washington Post. Joel and I walked past the Washington Post yesterday afternoon, and then that's on K Street. And on L Street, the street behind it, there's a place called the Post Pub, which I'm looking forward to going to. So I thought I'd start off with the headlines from the newspaper, and then those of you who haven't been sleeping can have a little nap for the remaining 8 minutes. So the headline of this talk is that we've been doing off and on over the best part of nearly 10 years some work with query variations and saying, well, users are volatile creatures. We're interested in how users perceive the performance of search, and so users shouldn't all be assumed to give the same query. A user will respond to the information need by formulating a query. And 10 years ago, we started doing this thing. And in 2016, we've got this data set, the UQV100 resource, which is 100 sets of queries, 100 queries per each of the 100 topics, or 100 starting points, where crowd workers were asked what query you would use to try and elicit information about this topic. And in this talk, we're going to use those queries to consider two questions. And the first question there, if one user finds system A, so a retrieval system of some sort, if one user finds system A to be better than system B using the set of queries that they chose, will another user looking for information about the same general topics, but perhaps who formulated different queries, will they see the same relationship? So is betterness, superiority of retrieval systems, according to a statistical test, does that transfer across the query variations? And then we asked the second question, is the answer still the same if one of the users employs the original Trek supplied seed queries? Because typically a Trek collection has a query per topic, or a set of queries rather than a set of query variations. And so here's the headline answers. Relativity is consistent between users and systems, but not always if you're using the Trek queries, and that's why we put the word concerning into the title. So there's the headlines, that's where I'm going to go. Now let me go there. So this resource, the UQV collection, it was described in SIGIR 2016, some work that I did with Volksholler and Peter Thomas and Paul Thomas and Peter Bailey. And as I said, we got crowd workers to give us queries that they would use in response to a topic, and they all got processed through a Microsoft system. So it went through the Microsoft Bing pipeline for normalization and so on, spell correcting, all the kind of things that goes on in a retrieval system. This was the beauty of working with Peter and Paul. We wrote backstories for each of those queries to get those user variations, and I'll show you a backstory in just a minute. We got 10,835 queries in total for 100 topics, and they were really varied. So there were 57 different queries for each of the topics. So there were some query versions that were very popular. You give a query, you give a backstory, say, tell me about this. Someone says the query this, and some of the queries were popular, but there was also, of course, a very long tail. And in particular, for this work, there were 77 topics for which the Trek seed query, the one that we started with to write the backstory, came up from a user. So here's an example. The seed query, this is from Trek 2013 or something, I think. USS Carl Vinson, that was the query that was in the log for the web track. And we wrote the backstory. You saw mention of the USS Carl Vinson in the newspaper and decide to see if you can find out more about it. The first thing you're interested in finding is whether it has an official homepage on the web. So we've inferred a storyline that goes with the query that we got from Trek. The users, the crowd workers gave us queries that look like this, and there's dozens more for this particular seed query. Does the USS Carl Vinson have an official homepage, official site, official web page, USS Carl Vinson? You can see we got the seed query there from one of the workers. So this is one of the 77 topics where we got the seed query back. We also did relevance judgments back then. So again, the advantage of being connected to the Microsoft empire is that Peter was able to put documents out to the official Microsoft judges to get judgments done and spend internal money that we didn't have to pay for out of research grants. And so we've got relevance judgments as part of that resource, and I'll show you something about them in a minute. To do this work, we then built 15 different retrieval systems and started saying, well, here's 15 systems, we can label them from A through to M, or whatever the 15th letter of the alphabet is, and call them systems and say, what happens if this system is perceived by this user to be better than that system? Does a second user perceive the same thing? One of the things I'm big on is checking to make sure that your resources are suited to the experiment that you're doing. So we checked on retrieval, and here are the 15 systems. Each line here is one of those systems, and what we've got on the horizontal axis is position in the run as an average across all of the runs, across all of the queries for that system. And you can see that position 1 is usually judged, but we had 2 systems where even position 1 wasn't judged, and so they were different systems. They weren't fit to be processed experimentally against these judgments, and this is a step that I encourage everybody to go through before you start putting up big tables of scores. So we dropped 2 of the systems and got left with 13 systems. The experimental structure, you can kind of see this coming. We do a random drawing from the query set for the 77 topics, the 77 seed queries, and say, okay, user A is going to pose this query, user B is going to pose that query. They're both random drawings. So we've got 2 users who formulated the same information need in a different manner as a different query. We go through and compute a bunch of scores, the score set that we use, the NDCG, average precision, reciprocal rank, precision at TNR, BP, and then we compute a p-value for what that user would see if they tried to compare and say, is system A better than system B? And of course, you can do this over and over and over again. So we're actually bootstrapping here on queries now. Here's a sanity check for the results. So this is comparing system A with itself. The system shouldn't be better than itself, right? You should be told, nah, it's not significant. Well, rather, if you get told that it's significant down in this region, it shouldn't happen very often. That's what a statistical test is telling you, right? You can get significance if you do lots of experiments. and you should not take it as being gospel if you've done it lots of times to get it. So this is a very nice plot that says, gee, you can get significance at the 0.01 level, but you get it about 1% of the time if you do thousands of these paired experiments, system A versus system A. So comparing a system to itself is a sanity check on the process and says, yeah, nah, we've got systems that are not better than themselves, even when you choose different query variations. Is that 9 minutes? Where's my 2-minute warning? Here's what happens if you do system A versus system B. You get this curve. What we've got here is a band of p-values where A is better than B according to user alpha. And you say, what did user beta see? Beta sees that A is better than B again, right? We've got small p-values. Here's the concerning part. If user B used the original seed topics, user B over in this section, this is a graph where p-values close to 1 mean reversed polarity of the comparison, and p-values very close to 1 give you strong reversal. So we've got significance. User A says system A is better than system B, but a person who uses the Trek seed queries can say over on this right side, system B is significantly better than system A. They see the reverse output. Are the seed queries different? Well, we've got this graph in the paper. I'll blow it up a little bit. We've got the blue is the average over all of the query variations. The red in the pair of bars here, so this is the average that all of the systems and all of the topics gave. The seed queries tend to be better queries than the ones we got from the workers, according to the measures we've got here. This is NDCG, but they're not the best by any means. So the blue ones tend to go higher. We've listed some reasons why we might be observing this behaviour in the paper. I'm going to bypass these in the interest of not getting mugged by Hannah later on. But obviously we can't control for everything in this experiment because we've done too many things in an order where we can't go back and say what's really going on here. But either way, the bottom line, the result is concerning. You do need to be careful how you use resources. This was funded by the Australian Research Council and the University of Melbourne. LEADER is now at RMIT University.
Thank you very much. And our last talk in this session, you see the title on the screen. It's given by Moritz. And will you also present your co-authors, or should I read their names?
Please read their names.
So let's see. You tell me if they're in the right order. It's Wojciech Kusa, Georgios Paikos. It's Moritz standing here. That looks right. Aldo Lipani and Alan Hanbury.
Yeah.
So, stage is yours.
Thank you for introducing us. Today I present our work on normalized precision at fixed recall for evaluating technology-assisted reviews. And first, let's discuss what high recall tasks are. High recall retrieval tries to retrieve as many relevant documents as possible. It's especially important for legal, medical, or patent retrieval, where it would have severe implications if you miss any document. And it's really difficult to balance the recall and the precision in these tasks, which usually leads to a low precision. But recall alone is not sufficient to measure the effectiveness of high recall retrieval. One application of high recall retrieval are systematic reviews, which try to collect and analyze the evidence to answer a specific question in a transparent, reproducible, and systematic way. And as systematic reviews take a very long time, on average 67 weeks, I believe, automation can help to speed up this process and improve the efficiency and accuracy. But it's also important that the evaluation is comparable across data sets. So let's look at the most time-consuming process in systematic reviews, citation screening. Therefore, you have to define a Boolean query or search strategy to identify as many relevant articles as possible. Then you get usually 1,000 to 10,000 relevant papers, where you then perform a title and abstract screening, which then leads to 50 to 100 relevant papers, which you then further filter by full text screening, which then leads to up to 25 relevant papers, which you can then summarize, build a meta-analysis on them, and publish a systematic review. And to automate this task, technology-assisted reviews tend to help by utilizing machine learning methods to streamline the document reviewing process and cut down on time and costs. If compared to humans, they efficiently scale to millions of documents and also improve the consistency and reduce human error, because we have just one system evaluating that. But how can we evaluate systematic reviews? So we can use rank-based metrics as NDCG at the fixed cutoff, or precision at n, or other method at the fixed cutoff. Or cost-based metrics, how much cost did we save, or how many workers do we need if we apply machine learning algorithms. Or, which is typically used, are classification measures used at a given recall level. For example, precision, recall, or VWSS at 59% recall. Today we want to look at precision at the fixed recall. Precision at the fixed recall is defined as the true positive rate divided by the true positive rate and the false positive rate. But according to Husin and Mizarro, an effectiveness metric should have a true 0 and 0 and a maximum value m. But if you look at the precision at fixed recall, the maximum precision for this holds, it's 1. But the minimum precision is not a true 0, but it's based on the class imbalance, the number of included and excluded documents and the ratio. So we normalized the precision at the fixed recall and found that the normalized precision at the given recall level is the precision at the given recall level and times the true negative rate. And to also reduce the impact of the precision, we proposed a geometric mean normalized precision, or square-rooted normalized precision. Evaluating screening prioritization works by labeling or classifying each document, either to include or exclude them. In this example, the first 3 elements are included and the 4th and 5th are excluded. We perform this for all 1,000 documents and can then basically find our cutoff at the 95% recall level and then retrospectively calculate our normalized precision. For this, we then ran several experiments using the CSMET Dev Cochrane dataset. The CSMET dataset is a systematic review metadataset which consists of 9 different publicly released datasets. And we evaluated 2 statistical and 3 neural retrieval models and had 20 baseline runs and computed the normalized precision, the square-rooted normalized precision, and the MAP, and compared these metrics to each other. We found that the correlation of the normalized precision and the square-rooted normalized precision is less in regards to the percentage of relevant documents in the datasets. It's also less correlated to the percentage or to the dataset size when compared to MAP. If you look at the violin plot of the coefficient of variations, we see that the normalized precision has quite a large variation in its scores, but the square-rooted normalized precision is comparable to the MAP and is less correlated in regards to dataset size and the percentage of relevant results. Therefore, we conclude by precision at the given recall has no true 0 at 0, and our two new introduced metrics have the weakest correlation with the number of relevant documents, and therefore offer a more robust metric compared to TNR or MAP, and also assess the ranking quality. And therefore we recommend the square-rooted normalized precision for single measurement comparisons. Thank you, and also thanks for receiving a travel grant, which allows me to present our work here.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get started. So, hello everyone, welcome to the second session, where we're going to hear about 11 works on ranking, ad hoc search, which are core problems in IR, and explainability. I'm Negin Rahimi, and I'm an assistant professor at UMass Amherst Center for Intelligent Information Retrieval, and I'm chairing this session. So I'm sorry that you need to stand me for a longer time. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first talk, which is about efficient training of learning to rank models, which can be very impactful given the size trend of our neural models in learning to rank models. This is a joint work between University of Amsterdam and University of Twente, and Pooya is going to present this work online for us. Pooya, please take it away.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here to present our book, Distillation versus Sampling for Efficient Training of Learning to Rank Models. This is the joint work with Andrew, Anna, and Martin and Andy from University of Amsterdam and Twente. So let's get started. Okay, so we want to reduce the size of data, but why we want to do that? I could say there are three main reasons for that. We care about training speed, we care about energy efficiency, and we also care about privacy. Because, so sometimes using sampling and distillation, we can get more private data sets. But training speed and energy efficiency are most important in this context, because when we have a new idea in our research, we do many experiments. So in the research and development phase, that's going to be a lot of training. So it's important to reduce the size of data for the case of training to save time and energy. Yes, but how do we reduce the size of data? So in this work, we consider two lines of work, data sampling and data distillation. With sampling, the focus is on selecting the data points with some metric that we have. In our case, with learning to rank data sets, that's selecting a bunch of query document vectors. With data set distillation, on the other hand, we care about synthesizing new data points in a synthesized data set. And then we hope that we can transfer useful, valuable information from the full original data set into this smaller synthesized data set. In the right side, you can see an example of doing distillation with MNIST data set. And in this case, there has been 10 images per each class. And you can see that you can observe some form of pattern of number in these distilled images. This dataset distillation was initially introduced for image dataset. There are many approaches that do distillation. In our work, we selected to use gradient matching and distribution matching works. They work based on, the first one works is based on matching the gradients of models that are trained with distilled dataset and the sample dataset, the original dataset. And the second one is based on, if you have two data sets that are similar to each other, they should have similar distribution. And so the second one tries to match the distributions between the two. So we look into sampling versus distillation for the context of learning to rank data sets. But how do we do this? Well, so the first step is that we need to come up with an initial distilled data set. So we have to construct it. With images, that's easy because at the end, each image is showing something. So all images of cat eventually show a cat. So it's easier to map all those images into a smaller number of images that are supposed to be a cat. But this same logic doesn't happen with LTR because it's difficult to make connections between queries and documents which are shared amongst many of the queries. So we propose these three approaches, as you can see in the figure, to create the initial data sets for distillation. So if you have your full LTR data set, the first way that we propose is query-wise distillation, in which we select a bunch of queries from the main data set, and in all of these methods, we randomize the feature vectors of the data sets. The second one is doc-wise distillation. In this one, we try to keep the queries as much as possible we can, but instead we try to reduce the number of documents per query. And the last one is label-wise distillation. And this one, we also again try to keep the number of queries, but when we reduce the number of when we reduce the number of documents per each query, we also pay attention to the relevance labels of those documents and try to keep all relevance, at least one document per each relevance label. Then the next step is to apply the gradient matching, distribution matching, distillation algorithms to these distilled data sets. Because of the time, I will skip this part and I invite you to read the paper. But in short, we end up with three variations. We use gradient matching with query-wise and doc-wise distillation, and we use distribution matching with label-wise distillation. So now this is the setup and for our experiments and what we investigate. So the main goal is to compare the ranking effectiveness when you have a distilled data set and you have a randomly sampled data set. We want to see what is the difference in ranking effectiveness. And then we also have some other studies, some other analysis on, for instance, what is the influence of using different initialization, what's the influence of increasing the distilled data set size, and what if we use different ranking loss functions. So we use MSLR, SLR, and Yahoo as our data sets. We use mean square error for the distillation rise for gradient matching and MMD for distribution matching. In most of our experiments, we use point-wise loss as a ranking loss, but we also at the end experiment with lambda loss to see if the observations hold. The next thing is that, so as sampling baselines, we have query-wise, doc-wise, and label-wise sampling. These sample data sets are basically generated similar to the way we construct the distilled data set, but the difference is that we don't randomize the vectors, so we actually use the actual query document vectors from the data sets. And in our experiments, we focus on reducing the data set size significantly, so that's why we have these reduction ratios. So the level of compression is high. Yes, right, and this is the overall table that I want to show. You can see that there are three distillation methods, three sample data sets, and the last column is for the full accuracy when you train with the full data set. In terms of distillation methods, we observed that if you do query-wise distillation, that sounds to be working better than others. And in terms of sampling methods, if you do label-wise sampling, the results are better. One thing that we noticed, and which is I think is very interesting, is that we see that random sampling approaches outperform distillation methods. This is basically not in the line with the previous research, and I think that's interesting. The other thing is that we noticed that doc-wise and label-wise sampling really work well. So with a very small data set size, you can achieve a very high NDCG. Next is this table, which shows the effect of initializations. So by default, we randomize the vectors, the feature vectors in the distilled data set at the beginning. But what happens if we choose the different initialization? For instance, if you use the actual data points from the data sets, then we notice that the distillation training converges fast. See that much of different previous research. The next thing is that so if you increase the size of distilled data sets, meaning that the size for distillation, the size of distillate being bigger, we didn't see really that much of improvement in terms of effectiveness, which was also a bit surprising, and this is different from the existing trend in the literature as well. And the last thing that I want to show is that what happens if you use lambda loss, so instead of a point-wise ranking loss. Well, obviously, as expected, we noticed that the effectiveness improves in all of the comparisons between if you compare the sampling methods or the full accuracy or the gradient matching in the CG. And the other thing is that we see the same observation. So sampling still outperforms the distillation as well, as you can see from these dotted lines in here, which are the top, and the other ones which are for the distillation. Yes, and lastly, I just want to highlight these points as takeaways. So we consider distillation versus sampling for the context of learning to rank. We noticed that distillation methods do not outperform even random sampling baselines. We noticed that increasing the size of distillation methods does not improve the effectiveness, but the initialization of distillation affects the convergence speed. If you use a better ranking loss function, such as lambda loss, you get better NDCG, but you see similar trends. And lastly, and very important also, you can get a very high effectiveness with a very, very small sample data set. So for instance, if you use query-wise sampling with 1% of stellar data set, you can get 91% of full accuracy in terms of NDCG.
Okay.
And yeah, that's it. Thank you for paying attention. You can access the code by scanning this QR code. And yes, thank you very much.
Thanks for the presentation. Move to the second part. And it's going to be a talk about how authors can manipulate their content to make it to the top of the rank list. And this work is a collaborative work. It's been taken on in Yahoo Research, in Haya, Timofsky is going to present the work. And this paper made it to the shortlist for Best Paper Award. So let's learn how we can do that.
So thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm very excited to be here today and present to you our work. Okay, so let's begin with the standard setting. We have a user that formulates a query based on some information need and receives a ranked list in return. So we know that top rank documents in settings like the web capture the most web traffic. So they create strong incentives for authors to modify their documents in response to queries. Their goal is to achieve higher visibility and user engagement. So this results in a continuous competition between authors for the top ranks. So in this competition, we'll refer to the highest ranked document as the winner and to all the others as losers. Reifer et al. And Goran et al. Have shown that mimicking content in documents that were previously ranked high is a common strategy for the single query settings. This is what happens. In fact, most past work focuses on single query settings. But it may be the case that authors perhaps target multiple related queries. For example, multiple queries that can be formulated based on the same information need. And this introduces a new layer of complexity to the setting and raises several questions. And our goal in this study is to understand how their strategies differ and document manipulations change when authors compete to win in multiple queries. We tackle this challenge from two angles, theoretically, using a game theory framework, and empirically by creating a data set that is based on ranking competitions. So let's begin with our game theoretic analysis. So our setting begins with a game composed of n authors that compete to be ranked high in m different documents. Their incentive is to receive high ranks in as many queries as possible. Documents have a split emphasis on queries. That's how we represent them. and they can adjust these emphasis levels to improve their rankings. Following a similar approach to previous work, we also assume that the ranking function is a single peak function at peak P. So in game theory, the concept of Nash equilibrium is a very central concept that allows us to analyze games. And Nash equilibrium is some strategy profile is a Nash equilibrium when no player benefits from deviating from his current strategy. So in our case, no author has any incentive to change his document. So a Nash equilibrium is essentially a stable state in the game where no one changes. So before I continue to talk about our results, let's understand better why is this setting so complex compared to the single query settings. So let's talk about the loser. For the single query setting, it was shown that his strategy is to mimic the winner. However, for the multiple queries setting, it's not really clear if he starts to mimic the winner, which of the winners will he mimic, because there can be multiple queries with different winners. Also, we have a difference for the winner himself, because in the single query setting, it was shown that he remains unchanged. However, in our case, a winner can be winning in one query, but he might be a loser in another query. So he has he may have an incentive to change his document, although he's already the winner in one query. So these potential changes in both the loser strategy and the winner strategy bring us to the core question of this part of our research. We know that for a single query setting, there always exists an equilibrium in a repeated game. And here we ask, does it even exist? Do we have a stable state in this setting? So our main theoretical result shows a full characterization of the existence of a Nash equilibrium in the game. And we show that the game has a pure Nash equilibrium only when the peak of the ranking function satisfies this condition. So let's now proceed to talk about the ranking competitions. So there are no public available data sets about this topic, so we had to create our own. So we organized ranking competitions between students in an information retrieval course. The students were authors of plain text documents. They were incentivized to be ranked as high as possible in multiple queries. Our competitions was composed of 30 matches. Each match was based on different topics from the UQV dataset and had 3 different queries for which the students competed. We had a total of 30 matches across 10 rounds with 5 competitors in each match. And the ranking function was undisclosed to the students to simulate a real-world scenario. Beyond introducing, so these kind of competitions were previously done for the single query setting, and we now introduced students competing for multiple queries, but we also introduced 2 novel aspects. So the first one is the ranking function. We use both learning to rank and neural-based ranking functions, while past competitions used only learning to rank. And we also explored the competitions with and without the permit to use generative AI tools like ChatGPT, while past competitions didn't test this kind of parameters. So we had a total of 4 competitions. And our resulting collection is called ASRC 23, and it includes all the documents from all 4 competitions, including the relevance and quality judgments. So I'll give you now a peek of the results, but there are many more in the paper, so if you're interested, I encourage you to read it. So the following graphs show feature values of participants that lost in at least 4 consecutive rounds before their first win. The graphs display their feature value over the rounds, and they are grouped based on whether their feature value was lower than or higher than the winner 4 rounds before the win. TF is term frequency of the query terms. Top cover is the fraction of stoppers that appear in the document, and entropy is the entropy of the document's term distribution. So the graph shows a clear trend of documents becoming closer to the winner that were highly ranked in the past, which is very similar to the results that were for the single query setting. So remember the questions we asked in the beginning. Let's go back to them. So for the single query, we found that we just saw that loser mimics the winner, but we found that it happens less when they use AI tools. For the winner, while in single query it remained unchanged, here for the multiple queries, we found that it may adjust and is highly affected by the ranking function that is used because it affects their ability to achieve high ranks in multiple queries. We also show that an equilibrium doesn't necessarily exist, even in a one-shot game. And another interesting finding is that the prediction of the subsequent winner can be improved based on information from other queries. So thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. And thank you for SIGIR for the student grant. And I'm happy to take any questions.
So our next talk is going to be about learning to rank for non-independent and identically distributed data sets. It's a collaborative work between University of Pisa and ICTI CNR. And Jacopo Cecchetti is going to present the work.
Good morning, I'm Jacopo Cecchetti, and this work was made together with Raffaele Perego and Nicola Tonellotto. Before I begin, I would like to thank SIGIR for the travel grant, which made my participation on the conference possible. So, the access to user data and expert ratings is crucial for search algorithms. Big players like Google and Amazon have years of data they can use to improve their rankers, and new entrants lack this historical data, and that puts them at a disadvantage. This is where federated learning to rank comes in. Federated learning to rank enables the building of more robust ranking models that are trained collaboratively by aggregating model updates or insights from diverse clients without sharing the data, so the data remains private. However, the presence of skews in data distribution among clients can influence the performance of federated learning to rank. This is the scenario that is under investigation in our paper. So we start from a learning to rank dataset, and from there we generate n non-independently and identically distributed partitions, and each partition is then assigned to a client, and a learning to rank model is trained locally on that partition. The learning to rank model is based on regression trees, and the final goal is to merge these independently trained learning to rank models into a distinct and more robust learning to rank model for each client. That model must be capable of handling queries from diverse dataset distributions. So unlike the standard federated learning scenario, where a single global model is finally obtained, in this work we aim to preserve the peculiarities of the local models. The first phase is the generation of that non-ID learning to rank data. So we start from a learning to rank dataset that is Stella. It's large scale and publicly available. The Stella datasets have a feature that is the document category. And we use that feature to make the data non-ID. However, the partitioning must be made at the query level. So the first thing we did is to assign a category to each query in the dataset based on the categories of its relevant documents. Then we considered a simplified scenario in our experiments, and we considered only two non-ID datasets, which we called DS1 and DS2. And we trained M1 on DS2 and model M2 on DS2. We tested two partitioning strategies for the first client. The first one is called partitioning without tie breaking, PWT for short. where we assign to the first client only the queries whose relevant count associated with the selected category exceeds that of other categories. While for the second approach, which is the exclusive partitioning one, EP for short, we assign to the S1 only the queries whose relevant documents all belong to the selected category, which is a more extreme approach. And from the S1, we use the remaining queries to generate the data for the second client. We obtain that by eliminating the queries that contain at least one document belonging to the selected category from all the remaining queries. Then we conduct the experiments using the two most frequent categories, which are 11 and 14, and that can be seen from the query category distribution plot for the training set, which are the categories with a different color. This is the table that shows the statistics of the produced splits. So when we compare the original dataset, which is called DS, to the partition datasets, DS1 and DS2, what we observe is that we have a significant reduction in the number of queries, number of relevant documents, and number of query document pairs, which is to be expected, of course. And then when we compare between them the two approaches, so PWT and EP, we notice that EP results in even smaller dataset than PWT. So by looking at the number of queries and of relevant documents, we discarded the exclusive partitioning approach with category 14 and proceeded by testing the other three partitions. Then on each client for each partition, we train a state-of-the-art learning to rank models that are based on gradient boosting regression trees that are learned using the LambdaMart implementation that is available in LightGPM. The next phase is the merging of the models. The main research question we posed was, can we merge multiple learning to rank models to learn a ranking model in each client that outperforms the one trained on the local data? Before starting with the merging, we need to create a small dataset that can be used to merge the local models. We call that dataset demerge. And the main idea is to obtain a new model on each client that uses data samples with a different category distribution than the one the local model is trained off. And to do that, we sorted all the queries that were left from the training set by the number of relevant documents belonging to the selected category. And we assigned to client 1 the queries with the lowest number of relevant documents belonging to the selected category, and to the second client the queries with the highest number of relevant documents. The first method we tested was model stacking. In model stacking, we used the output score of the base models, which are the local models in our case, so M1, M2. And we use them as input features to learn a new meta model using the new dataset demerge. In the table, M1-2S and M2S-1S are the meta models, and we noticed that most of them are improvement over the local models, especially with the PWT partitioning. The other method we tested was the linear combination of the scores. So we used So we used the demerge on the linear combination of the scores that provided the highest indices yet 10, and here the results are even better, as most of the merged models outperform their local counterparts. So to answer our research question, we find out that the combined model's effectiveness surpasses that of the local client, and that the merged model is more robust. Obviously, the choice of demerge impacts the results. Limitations are that it was only tested on one learning to rank dataset, and that more work is needed to test how demerge affects the results, which will be handled in future researches. Thank you.
Next talk is going to be about adaptive knowledge distillation to improve ranking models. It's a work done at UC Santa Barbara, and Jüri Yang is going to present the work.
Thank you for the introduction. So today I'm going to present my paper on adaptive knowledge distillation with generalized KL-Divergence laws to train ranking models. Okay, so the problem that our paper focuses on is to improve the KL-Divergence laws for knowledge distillation that we commonly used in our ranking model refinement. So it is pretty common nowadays that we use a cross-encoder teacher model, which is pretty expensive to use in real life. And we use that teacher model to train a student model with knowledge distillation. And the most common loss that we use in such training scenario is KL-Divergence loss. And we found that for KL-Divergence loss, because a teacher model might not perform perfectly all the time, so sometimes when the teacher model performs not so well, the student model will still try to learn the behavior of that teacher model. And this over-calibration between the student and teacher model with a tight distributional match will degrade the relevant effectiveness. So there are some previous work that tries to learn how to improve on this weakness that KL-Divergence have. And then the previous paper that proposed also still have some misbehavior in some use cases. So this is what we try to improve on. So we propose a simply easy to implement modification of the KL-Divergence laws called generalized KL, but we denote it as WKL in this slide. And this proposed laws will conservatively imitate the teacher's behavior with adaptation based on the relative performance of the teacher and student models. Okay, so initially our design idea comes from this. So here is the KL-Divergence loss function. P represents the teacher prediction on top one probability of we assign something on top, and Q here represents the student distribution, student prediction. So our idea is that we want to downweight those samples where the student already do pretty well. So that, for example, for a positive document, if the student already predict the probability to be nearly 1, we want to downweight that sample because students already know enough about the data. And then for those cases where, for those boundary cases where the positive and negative are hard to disambiguous, we want to put an upweight on those samples so that our loss will focus more on solving the hard problems as training goes by. Okay, so with this design idea in mind, we add this multiplier in front of each term in the KL-Divergence loss. So basically, we have different multiplier for positive and negative documents. For positive document, the multiplier is proportional to the 1 minus the student prediction. So when the student prediction for positive document is smaller, this weight will be higher. So that means that when student doesn't do well, we upweight this. And then for negative document, it's the reverse. So when the negative document prediction gets to close to 0, this weight will be smaller, so that our loss will focus less on those cases. But whereas the cases where the student prediction is high, close to 1, then this sample will be upweight. Okay, and then after we derive this loss, we try to figure out what are the properties of this loss and why it can outperform KL-Divergence. The first property that we check is the lower bound of this loss. So basically, we found that on the right-hand side of the formula, this lower bound can be interpreted as something that will be minimized when the negative documents are predicted to be 0. And it will also, for a positive document, it will be minimized when the prediction among positive documents are equal. So I know this is like a lower bound analysis. It's not the analysis of the loss itself, but we kind of do this hand-wavy analysis to figure out kind of why this loss, like when we optimize this loss, what kind of things that we can potentially optimize for, use this lower bound analysis. And another thing that we check is the constant lower bound. This is important because we don't want to have our loss go into negative infinity when we train. So we do derive this negative constant lower bound for the loss. And in our evaluation, we also check the convergence of our loss compared with KL-Divergence on the same setting. And we see that our loss converge at a relatively same convergence rate compared to the KL-Divergence loss. Okay. And then I know the previous two properties that we derive are pretty like vague or like general. So next step that we do is that we want to specifically figure out how our loss performs compared to KL-divergence loss in different scenarios. As I mentioned, for like positive document, negative document, we want different treatment, and also we want to see how the loss does for like the cases where teacher performs better than the student versus teacher performs worse than the student. So this is why we do this gradient contribution behavior analysis. So the analysis goes like this. We take the gradient of the loss with respect to the top one probability predicted by the student, and then we have that gradient for our proposed loss, and we have the gradient for KL-divergence, and then we just take the ratio of the gradient. So this ratio is kind of like a signal on how we update our gradient during training compared to KL-divergence. Okay, so we can interpret this gradient ratio G function as something like this. So when G is greater than 1, so it means that when KL-divergence update is gradient, we also update our gradient, but we're more aggressive compared to KL-divergence. And then when G function is smaller than 1, it means we conservatively follow KL-divergence gradient update. And then this G function can also be smaller than 1. When it's smaller than 1, it means that the direction of our gradient update for this sample is as opposite direction compared to KL-divergence. Okay, so some ideal scenario that we want to see is that when KL-divergence update is gradient, we want our G function to be equal to 1 or greater than 1 when the teacher is performing much better than the student. And when the teacher performs worse than the student, that's where we don't want our loss to follow KL-divergence. So we would want to see the G function to be smaller than 1 or even smaller than 0. Okay? So that's like the ideal scenario that we want to achieve. So in order to do that, we kind of just plot out analytically the G function value for different sets. So on the left-hand side is the positive document performance, and on the right-hand side is the negative document. And we mark those like misbehavior region in red, so that those are the regions that undesired behavior happens. So we can see that using on the different parameter settings, our loss actually do avoid those misbehavior regions. And if we look specifically into each component, we can see that when teacher performs better than student, we do follow the KL-divergence, and sometimes we have pretty big exaggeration on the step we take more aggressively compared to KL-divergence. And when the teacher is worse than the student, sometimes our ratio can get to negative. That means that our loss will deviate from the KL-divergence when the teacher is worse. Okay, so next let's briefly cover the experiments we did. So we apply our loss on 3 different settings and compare that against the model trained under the same settings with KL-divergence loss and some other loss options. So the 3 settings include the two-stage pipeline with split as the sparse retrieval stage and Colbert as the re-ranker. And also we also compare the sparse retrieval model split by itself. And also we have a version of dense retrieval model called SimLM. So we also train on that model. Yes, so we can see that for all these 3 scenarios, our model have a visible improvement on the mass-Markov Dev passive dataset and also the DL19 and 20. And one concern we have about our loss is that it might overfit on the training dataset. So that's why we also perform the zero-shot evaluation on the 13 Berry dataset, and we do see that the two-stage pipeline trained on our loss is pretty reasonable. Okay. And in conclusion, we proposed something, a modification of KL-divergence, and we did some detailed analysis on why the loss will perform better compared to KL-divergence. And we also experiment with that on 3 different student ranking models on in-domain and out-domain test set. And the limitation of our work is that we only propose this loss for binary labels. So if it's multi-label, then we have to extend that work to that domain. And then for warm-up, so during training, we recommend to warm up using the KL-divergence loss first for maybe 2 to 3 epochs, and then switch up to our proposed loss, because we found that is kind of an optimal path towards a good relevance. Thank you.
So we're going to move forward to the next talk, which is about searching over temporal and numerical expressions. This is a work done at Norwegian University of Science and Technology, and Dhruv Gupta is going to present the work.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. That allows me to skip to the next slide. So this is the high-level agenda for today's short talk. I'll briefly introduce the problem that we are addressing, which is range search, and then I'll introduce the key components of our system, Nash, and then I'll end the talk with a brief summary of takeaway home points. So what is the range search problem? So recently, India won its T20 World Cup, right? So on that day of the final match, I tried to search for the highlights on a video sharing platform. And surprisingly, the results that I got were not relevant. They were with respect to the World Cup win in other decades. So perhaps here what the search engine was doing simply a naive search. That is just matching the surface form of the temporal expression to the similar words that were occurring in the documents, right? We can improve this a little bit by performing semantic search. So what we can do is annotate the document contents for, say, coarse-grained named entities that includes temporal and numerical expressions. So we can get annotations for date, time, and numbers. And then we can improve our semantic search by retrieving those documents that have, say, a date and time, and then scanning the document contents to verify if indeed that interval, which corresponds to today's date, is contained in there or not. What would be super cool is if we had this capability of directly performing the range search. So for example, if today was represented just in a shorthand, 2024 to 2024, and if you can directly locate this interval in the implicit intervals represented by the natural language expressions of time and numbers, that would allow us to sort of skip this verification process, right? So we can say support range search predicates such as contained by, contains, intersect, or near, right? So this is what Nash does. So what is the data model behind Nash, right? So we build upon this layered annotation model, where on the basis layer we have words with their positional span, and we can annotate the words with, say, a named entity recognizer for coarse-grained named entities. So this includes persons, organizations, locations, date, time, percent, money, etc., right? We can build another annotation layer that contains the resolved values for those temporal and numerical expressions to crisp intervals. So in this example, more than 10% is resolved to an interval, and similarly, date is resolved to its respective interval. Now, temporal and numerical expressions are inherently uncertain, right? So we can write something like this decade, or early 90s, or late 20s, right? Or more than 10%, or around 5%, right? So how do we account for this uncertainty? So to account for this uncertainty, we use this uncertainty-aware model for time. And here we can allow for a lower and upper bound on the begin and end of the interval. This allows us to represent the temporal and numerical expressions in this 2D Cartesian plane, right? So having represented our uncertain temporal and numerical expression as this minimum bounding rectangle, we can then refer to different intervals that can be referred to it. So for instance, if we had the temporal expression this decade, which is 2020 to 2030, we can refer to different subintervals, such as 2024 to 2027. Now, to store these uncertain representations, what we utilize are space-filling curves. In particular, what we make use of are Z-order curves, right? So the Z-order curve traverses this space and then maps this two-dimensional minimum bounding rectangle to its one-dimensional summary. We store these Z-order hashes along with the document identifiers, sentence identifiers, and the positional span from where this time interval or numerical interval could have originated from. Now, having built our Z-order indexes, now we discuss the query processing, right? So we have an interval contained in the query, along with other, say, phrases or keyword terms, right? And then we also have these range search predicates. Based on the different range search predicates combined with the queried interval, we can basically compute the minimum bounding rectangle that can represent that predicate. So here what I've shown is the representations for intersect, contains, and contained by, and near would correspond to, say, a Euclidean distance, the distance, a small distance from the queried interval, right, which is represented by the red dot here. Now, what we can do when performing the query for this representation of the minimum bounding rectangle is to search for all these Z-order hashes that lie between the diagonally opposing ends of the minimum bounding rectangle. With the way the Z-order curve jumps across partitions, we are bound to also retrieve some false positives. So in order to reduce that and also speed up our query processing, we utilize three key query optimization techniques. The first one is that of eliminating those Z-order hashes which correspond to intervals where the beginning is greater than the end, so they are invalid. The second one is to adjust for accuracy, and the third one is the most important, is the concept of continuous Z-order hashes. What this allows us to do is represent a set of hashes that are continuous, that is, that they're relevant to the queried interval by a short Z-order hash. So in this example, the Z-order hashes corresponding to the regions 25 to 32 can be represented by a shorter Z-order hash as opposed to the discontinuous one represented by 4950 and 5354. So now I'll talk about briefly the experimental evaluation. We index 4 large document collections, so New York Times, Wikipedia, C4 News, which is a subset of the larger web corpus C4EN, amounting to around 365 million documents. From the annotation statistics, what you'll observe is Wikipedia on average has more number of temporal and numerical expressions as opposed to the other document collections. Now to the indexes. You can roughly equate the baselines that we have to the motivation that I presented earlier. We have a naive search where we can locate, say, event query, which I'll come to next, with, say, phrases corresponding to entities, persons, locations, utilizing n-gram indexes, and then scan the document contents for a valid interval match in terms of temporal and numerical expressions or its event date. Right, so this requires a direct index. And if we were to improve upon this and have something like similarity search, we can utilize annotation indexes to speed up the location of documents that might contain, say, a date or time or number annotation. As opposed to that, with Nash, we can directly utilize Z-order hashes, and there we don't need the direct index, right? So here, if you look at the comparison between the Z-order indexes and the baselines which have to utilize a direct index, we have indexes that save up to almost 2 times as much space. As our query testbed, we looked at event descriptions on New York Times on this day, where it contained complex and important event descriptions, and we annotated this to obtain coarse-grained named entity annotations for persons, organization, locations, temporal expressions, and numerical expressions. Now for an event query, basically what a document would contain are the phrases corresponding to these coarse-grained named entities, along with the range search corresponding to the temporal and numerical expressions, along with its event date, right? So here I'll briefly discuss the results for 2 important range search predicates, which is the intersect operator. And here, looking at the results for New York Times, Wikipedia, and C4 News, with the Nash results highlighted in the brighter colors of orange and yellow, we see a speed up of almost 3 times. With Nash optimization, where we also have the 3 optimizations that I briefly discussed, and in particular for Wikipedia, we have substantial speed up in query processing. For C4EN, which is the largest corpus in our evaluation setup, evaluating the baselines can be quite time-consuming, as it can entail scanning almost 365 million documents for a relevant match. So here we show the results for Nash and Nash opt, respectively. For the more probable range search predicate near, we see a more impressive speed up of 19 times almost. Right? And we also evaluate this quite speedily on the largest web size collection of C4EN. So in summary, the 3 key takeaway points is that we describe Nash, a search system that provides range search query operators that allows us to directly perform this search intervals that are implicitly described by natural language expressions of time and numbers. And we see impressive speedups for event analytical applications. In particular, we see almost 19 times speed up for the near operator with Z-order indexes that are almost 2 times smaller, right? For C4EN, if we are to keep only just the word layer, we can utilize Z-order index that's almost 4 times smaller. And we also demonstrated the scalability of Nash over web size collection, approximately 365 million documents. Thank you very much.
Talk is going to be about cross-lingual math information retrieval. This is a work done at University of Southern Maine, and Behrouz Mansouri is going to present the work.
Hello everyone, I'm Behrouz Mansouri from Air Lab at University of Southern Maine, and today I'll be presenting our work Cross-Math toward Cross-Lingual Math Information Retrieval. The co-authors on this paper are my 2 undergrad students, James Gore and Joseph Poletta, who are both interested in field of math information retrieval. So probably by looking at this slide, you can guess what my talk is going to be about. We have some information about Pythagorean theorem in different languages. So this problem, it was motivated after we developed a search engine called MathMix. This is a search engine on mathematical definitions. It's online on mathmix.com. You can try this on your devices, in which a user can search for mathematical concepts. In this example, the user has a question about what is Pythagorean theorem, and it would find its definition. So for our document sources, we use different things that are usually visited by other vertical search engines for math, things like Wikipedia, Math Stack Exchange, or archive papers. But also we are trying to explore some of the unseen resources, like how do we search for YouTube videos, how do we do search for mathematical images. And now that this project is funded by NSF, our goal is to explore even more. So what about other languages? All the resources and document sources that we have here, they're all in English. So how can we provide equal opportunity for other languages so they can learn math? Initially, I thought this is an easy project, and within 2 months we can do it. We can build a parallel data set for math, improve and fine-tune the current translation system, and deploy it. So on Wikipedia, if you look at this example that we have for Pythagorean theorem, you can easily find the relevant pages in other languages. So these 2 pages are for Pythagorean theorem, one in English, the other one in Persian. But the issue is they are not exact matches. And we need to do lots of processing to make them equal to each other. And then comes the problem of mathematical formulas. They are sometimes appearing in the documents as an image, sometimes as a LaTeX formula, so that's also challenging. And on top of all those, there is no benchmark to test this. Even if we have a parallel data set, even if we fine-tune a translation model, we would not know if our system is working well. So we went back to the problem of cross-lingual IR, and we look at document language approach. In this approach, a user has a query in a language different than the language of the collection. So our collection is in English. In this example, a user has a query in Persian language. This is a translation of what is Pythagorean theorem. And in this approach, what we can do is to take this query, pass it through a translation system, gets it equivalent to the language that we have in our collection, do the retrieval, and again, pass the result back to the translation system. And then the user can explore and look at the results. So this is the approach that we want to take, and now we need a test collection. Previously, there was a test collection developed called ArcMath through 3 years of Clef Labs. So this is the most recent test collection for Math IR, and the goal is if I give you a math question, can you find relevant answer for it? It's built on a Stack Exchange, and what they did there was they compiled all the answers given to the previous questions as their collections, and in 3 versions of these labs, they took out what they refer to as new questions, and now you have this new question as your topic. The goal is to find relevant answer for those questions. So for each topic, we have the question title, question body. This is what we have on Math Stack Exchange. And the topics are very diverse. So in terms of complexity, there are different topics that can be categorized in categories of hard, medium, and easy. So what we did to develop a test collection for cross-lingual Math IR was to take in this existing test collection, and we manually translated these topics into different languages. So the languages that we have here, they're limited by the resources that we had in our lab, but we picked these 4 languages, which I think they're diverse. So we have languages like Persian that we can consider them as low resource languages, and we also have languages like Spanish. So here is an example. We have the topic in English, and here is its translation in Persian. Again, they're the same thing. They have the title and the body with the same topic IDs. And here is the task. So if given a non-English math question, we want to find relevant answer for that question. Now we want to build a baseline system, and we took this simple but efficient approach. So we have a query in a language other than English. We did formula masking. We took out the formula, we replaced it by some placeholder, we passed it through the translation system, we put back the formula, and then we did the retrieval. So you can see with this pipeline, both the translation system and retrieval model, they can be easily changed with any other system that we want. And in my last slide, I will go back to this. So one of the dear reviewers brought attention to this issue that maybe we don't need to translate the formulas. We view formulas as a global language, and we think there is no need to translate formulas, and formulas are written the same in any other language. But maybe that's a good topic to discuss in Q&A or maybe the break. So for our experimental setting, we use two translation systems, EMBART and No Language Left Behind. We choose No Language Left Behind because it's better for low resource languages. And for our retrieval models, we have bioencoder and cross-encoders. We did not apply any fine-tuning on these models because our goal was not to develop the state-of-the-art answer retrieval for math system. Mostly we wanted to look at the translation problem. But our results show that bioencoder is significantly better than cross-encoder. And for evaluation, we are using ArcMath datasets, and we are re-ranking the assessed answer. So our measures are P prime at 10 and NDCG prime at 10, because we are just looking at assessed answers. That's why we have the prime measures there. And our baseline system is our system on English language. And this slide is summarizing our findings. I just have ArcMath 2 and 3. The result for ArcMath 1 is similar to ArcMath 3. So the first thing that we can see here is the effectiveness is bounded by what we will get in English language, which would make sense because our goal, if we have a perfect translation to English, then again we will get the same result as we had in English. But the result for other languages, they are not significantly different from English, which is good. And between EMBART and No Language Left Behind, we did not see any significant difference, but in majority of languages, No Language Left Behind provided better effectiveness. And the reason is this model can capture some of the keywords that are really important to find relevant answer for that math question. So to conclude, what we did, we introduced to what we think was the first math cross-lingual IR system, and we introduced CrossMath, which is a new test collection for this topic, and we tried two different translation models, and they both have similar effectiveness to English. So the things that we missed, we need to investigate how good these translation models are, and maybe other approaches for cross-lingual IR can be deployed there. And we still want to build a parallel data set for math domain and math cross-information retrieval. And the final thing is about exploring whether or not we need formula translation. And what the reviewer pointed us to was examples like this, that we have a formula, in it there is some text that needs to be translated. But still, if you look at this, the formulas are located between dollar signs. And we think sometimes if the formulas are not located between dollar signs, or if there are texts there, probably they are not written correctly. Many of you use overleaf to submit your papers, and as you have seen, whenever you want to write formulas, you have to use dollar sign. So we still think our approach might be valid there. And that's all. Thank you.
Our next talk is about personalized beyond accuracy calibration in recommendation. And this work has 5 authors, and no 2 authors share the same affiliation. So we have 5, this is joined by like 5 group, very highly collaborative work. It's been done as a collaboration between USC, Shahid Beheshti University, University College London, Google, and University of Amsterdam. And Mohammad Mehdi Naghiyai is going to present the work. Please take it away.
Thank you for the introduction. Hi everyone, I'm Mohammad. I'm here to present our research on personalized beyond accuracy calibration and recommendation. Calibration in machine learning is a concept that ensures the predicted class distribution matches the training data. An example of calibration recommendation is that if a user profile has 80% comedy movies and 20% action movies in the profile, we want to see the same proportion in the recommendation list in a well-calibrated recommendation. Beyond accuracy metrics are also becoming increasingly popular as measurement tools in recommender system, as many studies have shown that high accuracy alone might favor a small group of popular items and create phenomenon like filter bubble or echo chamber. As a solution to that, many of the research are now incorporating beyond accuracy metric as an additional objective to maximize. However, this exploration might come as a cost that this diverse item might not be super relevant to the user. This work focused on goal-oriented beyond accuracy calibration that aims to align the recommendation list with the historical interest of the user in exploration. An example can be seen in this graph in the bottom of this slide, where a user with sufficiently large profile, so excluding correlate-starred users, has been interested in interacting with items that had high coverage and high redundancy. In other words, as an example, could be that the user has been interested in interacting with a few genres many times rather than exploring a completely novel genre. We argue that a personalized recommendation system must show the same proportion in terms of beyond accuracy of the list that got recommended. To this purpose, in this paper, we are highlighting the importance of looking at beyond accuracy metric as a personalized calibration problem by analyzing user preference. We quantify the performance of commonly used collaborative filtering algorithms in representing this preference in a personalized way. And we propose a re-ranking optimization algorithm that is capable of optimizing accuracy and beyond accuracy calibration simultaneously. For this study, we are focusing on 4 different beyond accuracy metrics that are most commonly used in different papers. However, any arbitrary number of beyond accuracy metric can be investigated using our model. So in this work, we are using catalog coverage, novelty, co-occurrence, surprise, and redundancy. For accuracy metrics, we are using NDCG precision and recall, and we use 2 data sets as our experimentation, Yelp and Movie Lens 1 million. We sampled the data set to exclude cold start users so that the concept of calibration can be directly applied to them. So in this graph, you can see the plot of the computed beyond accuracy metrics on the 80% training data. And as can be seen, there is some variation in terms of how users have interacted or in terms of their computed beyond accuracy metrics. To put it more into perspective, we performed a clustering on computed beyond accuracy metrics of each users. And as can be seen, for example, more vividly on the Movie Lens 1 million dataset, that there exist different clusters of users with very different inclination towards what type of beyond accuracy metric they are interested in interacting with. So there are some users who are more interested in redundancy and coverage, whereas some other users are more interested in novelty and surprise. Existing baseline collaborative filtering algorithms are not capable of addressing this personalized need of the users. As can be seen in this graph, we plotted the distance between the beyond accuracy metrics on the recommendation list versus the user profile. And in all cases, we see considerable distance between these 2 centers. To this purpose, in this work, we are offering a re-ranking post-processing model to essentially address personalized beyond accuracy calibration by re-ranking the list that got recommended to the user in the first place. So in this mixed integer linear programming model, XUI is our decision variable that gets the value of 0 and 1 of whether the item I gets recommended to user U. RUI is the relevance score, and this the objective function is essentially to maximize the relevance score, constrained by our beyond accuracy calibration constraint, as well as recommending only K items in total. So each of these GKs are the distance between beyond accuracy function K in user profile versus the recommended list. So this is a non-trivial problem to solve, as it's an NP-hard problem. However, there are certain properties of this optimization function that can be reduced to a specific type of knapsack problems by bringing the first constraint, the GK constraint, essentially to the objective function. Then we are left with a knapsack problem with all items having the weight of 1, which can be solved essentially in linear time. And more discussion on this is available in the paper. However, one other thing to mention is the epsilon here is essentially very important. So when epsilon is infinity, the re-ranking model essentially just returns the original ranking baseline. When epsilon is 0, we are achieving 100% accurate personalized beyond accuracy calibration. However, that may come as with the cost of sacrificing relevance score. So tuning epsilon here is important to make sure any feasible solution matches our requirement, whereas not sacrificing relevance score too much. So here you can see a snapshot of the result. In the interest of time, I don't zoom too much into detail of this result. I'm happy to discuss them later. Just a few main points that in all clusters of user, our result shows that we have been able to improve the beyond accuracy calibration metrics. And this, in many of the cases, did not come with the cost of sacrificing relevance score. In some cases, even the relevance score has increased. The other things to note that in majority of the clusters that we have experimented, we have been able to even improve the overall diversity of the list that got recommended to the users on average. Like there are some users who are interested in less diversity, whereas more diversity, but the overall performance shown that the diversity could also be increased. Here in this graph, you can see essentially just the personalized beyond accuracy calibration metrics. So as you can see, in the distance between the recommended list and the user profile, in all the clusters and among all the baseline models experimented, the personalized beyond accuracy metrics has improved. However, the epsilon has been tuned in order to maximize the average of NDCG and personalized beyond accuracy calibration, and that's why we are not achieving essentially full calibration by epsilon being 0. So a few conclusions. Our results shows that the users have a diverse preference when it comes to beyond accuracy metrics. There are users who are more interested in diversity, whereas novelty and so on. The accuracy-focused recommender system that we experimented in this study failed to align with beyond accuracy preference of your user. Our research introduced the concept of personalized beyond accuracy calibration, in which we leverage user profile and propose a re-ranking algorithm to better match recommendation, and the result shows improved alignment with user taste as well as overall recommendation quality. Thank you. If there's any question, I'm happy to address.
Our next talk is going to be about target span detection for implicit harmful content. This is a work done at the Center for Intelligent Information Retrieval, UMass Amherst, and Nazanin Jafari is going to present the work.
I'm going to talk about our paper, Target Span Detection for Implicit Harmful Content. This is a joint work with James Allen and Sheikh Mohammed Sarwar in UMass Amherst. Wide dissemination of hate speech in online platforms cause many problems, and automated approaches usually fall short in detecting most hate speech, especially for implicit content. Here, I'm going to give you an example of explicit versus implicit hate speech towards a community that we are all very familiar with, researchers. This is an example of an explicit hate speech because it is direct, it is easily identifiable, and it contains hateful words. Whereas the example highlighted in blue is an example of an implicit hate speech because it is indirect, it doesn't mention any researchers. However, it contains metaphors and stereotypes, and it can sometimes be not that easy to identify. And another problem with the implicit hate speech is that it can sometimes be so subtle that can only be identified by the exact same community that is targeted, which is a big problem. So that is the motivation of our work, target span detection. And implicit, which in this work we identify the target spans in implicit hate speech, which contains the target as well as any references to the target. For example, some people, thesis, bibliography, and the previous work here, which is beneficial for interpretable and explainable hate speech detection models, and also contributes to the limited vocabulary in this area. So, overall, we introduce implicit target span identification task, which in previous work mostly focused on extracting explicit targets. We construct target span dataset using pooling approach, which is a novel combination of human and large language models for data annotation. And we also identify challenges and suggest improvements for building future approaches in this area. To define implicit target span identification task, I'm going to give you an example of an implicit hate speech towards musicians. So for this content, the task involves tokenizing the sentence and then identifying the groups of the target spans. The target itself are also any references to the target. For example, we have songwriters and the piano brains. So to construct the implicit target span datasets, we used 3 prominent implicit hate speech datasets, SPIC, Dyna Hate, and implicit hate corpus. Annotation process involves pooling-based approach using large language models and human annotators. And to evaluate the annotation quality, we calculate the compatibility of the large language model with the human. So this is the overall framework of the pooling approach that we proposed. Given a content, we first ask a human to annotate the target spans, and then use the number of large language models with k candidate prompts to output the same target spans. Then, given F1M score, which is a modified F1 score for the partial match, we evaluate the compatibility of the output of the large language model with that of the human. And the highest score based on this metric is chosen, and the large language model and the prompt with the highest score is used to annotate the whole data set. We used 3 human annotators to annotate target spans for 50 randomly selected samples for the given across 3 data sets. And the union of the annotated spans are used for the reference annotation. This is the pairwise agreement results between the human annotators based on the dice coefficient and longest common subsequence. For LLM annotators, we chose 4 candidates and 2 prompts. The first prompt uses simpler language. The second prompt gives more detail. The F1M score, which is a partial match score, is a harmonic mean of the partial match score based on recall and the precision. And the recall and precision is the average score over all the data set. And for each of these samples, we also calculate the recall-based precision and the recall-based partial match score and the precision-based partial match score for each of the target spans. So here's finally the final F1M scores for the candidate prompts and the candidate large language models. As you can see, prompt 1 with the simpler words, most of the large language models had higher compatibility with the human. And GPT 3.5 had the highest score. So we chose this one, this large language model with the prompt 1 as the annotator of the whole data set. And this is the dataset statistics. For more information, please refer to the paper. So to more understand the data set that we generated and the task, we also introduced Target Detect, which is a baseline model, and is based on the sequence tagging framework, and each token within contency is classified with biotagging scheme. We experimented with 3 encoders, BERT, Bayes, Haight-BERT, and Roberta Large, and we observed that training in all the training sets and evaluating in each test set of the data sets resulted in provided better results, with Roberta Large having the highest score. However, we also observed several challenges of this data set for the task. The first one was the boundary error, meaning that given the predicted spans and the actual spans had different boundaries, the predicted spans didn't provide the exact boundaries. Another problem was the discrepancy between the number of predicted spans and the actual spans. About a third of the predicted spans, the number of the predicted spans was lower than the actual spans, and roughly a third had the higher number of predicted spans than the actual spans. We also observed that model was failing with the obfuscated targets and also with the subtle references to the targets, more subtle references to the targets. So in summary, we introduced pooling method as a reliable labeling approach, and ITS, we also released the ITS dataset, and we also show that ITS is a challenging dataset that presents several potential research directions. For more information, please scan this QR code, and thank you. I also want to thank the SIGIR and ICTIR for giving a student travel grant. Thanks.
Thank you, Nazan. Okay, our next talk is about group-aware search success. This is a collaborative work done by researchers from McGill University and Microsoft Research, and Haolun Wu is going to present the work.
My name is Haolun. Today, the paper I'm going to present is towards group-aware search success. This work is collaborated with Bhaskar and Nick, who are both here today. So firstly, for background about the search. So search plays a crucial role in today's information-driven world. With a vast amount of data available, effective search is very essential for efficiently accessing the relevant information. So basically, the pipeline of search can be described as follows. A user U, she has some information needs or intents T in mind, and she launches query Q to a search system, and the search system returns a ranked list of items T to this user. So our key question in this paper is how to measure the success of a search. Traditional measures of search success basically is averaging the satisfaction over all the individual users. And we would like to show that there is some suboptimal points for this kind of measurement. So here I would like to first start from a toy example. So consider 2 equal-sized search groups GA and GB, and a query Q that corresponds to 2 equally dominant intents T1 and T2. For simplicity, let's assume that the group A, GA, is only interested in intent 1. The group B, GB, is only interested in group T, the intent T2. So imagine we have 2 systems. The system 1 retrieves 50 items relevant to T1 and 50 items relevant to T2. And system 2 retrieves 100 items relevant to T1. So as you can see here, if we evaluate the success of a search system based on the satisfaction over all the individual users, you will find out that system 1 and system 2 are equally successful. But actually, intuitively, system 2 is definitely less successful because it totally ignores the group B. So recent studies have expanded the definition of search success by introducing the criteria such as diversity. So you may think about that by introducing diversity, this kind of issues may be resolved. So for instance, in this case, system 1 is definitely more diverse than system 2, so it is thus more successful. But actually, we argue that introducing diversity cannot distinguish all the nuances. So for instance, let's consider a second case. So in this case, the query Q is equally corresponding to 4 intents, T1, T2, T3, T4. And group A is interested in T1, T2, T3, and group B interested in T4. So still we consider 2 systems. System 1 retrieves 20 items each for T1, T2, and T3. System 2 retrieves 30 items each for T1, T4. So again, if we average, we average over all the individuals, the system 1, system 2, they are equally successful. And also, you will find out that system 1 is more diverse than system 2 because it retrieves 3 intents. However, system 2 only retrieves 2 intents. But if we consider about the group information, you will see that system 1 is still less successful because it still totally ignores the group B. So based on these 2 examples, what we propose in this work is a new definition of search success, which is called group-aware search success. So in a short summary, we argue that the search success is achieved if and only if all groups are successful. So formally, we can define the probability of achieving the group-aware success as a joint probability that all groups are successful. So actually, this is a within query case because there is only one query considered here. So actually, we can further decompose the right-hand term into by introducing the intent distribution. So the details is shown in the paper, but one important thing here is that we should be aware that the intent distribution of different user groups should be different given a same query. And here I think it's a good moment to point out there's also some relation to some existing metric in the literature. So for instance, this is a diversity metric existing in the literature. So in this work, we call it as a diversity-aware search success. If you compare our definition with the existing diversity-aware search success definition, you will see that the only difference comes from, in our metric, we consider about the group information. And in our paper, we also further show that for the probability of success given an intent query can be further decomposed. Based on 2 assumptions. So one thing is that we can assume that if the success is at least one time is successful, you can get the first equation. And for the first equation, we can further decompose the success of a document given an intended query based on 2 parts. So one part is that that document is relevant, and the other part is that that document is observed or exposed to the user. So far we have talked about group-aware success within a query. So actually we can also extend this to multi-queries, a cross-query situation. So in these circumstances, we should be aware of that there are 2 aggregations we need to do here. So one thing is aggregation across queries, and the other is aggregation across different demographic groups. So based on which aggregation you want to do first, actually we can have 2 different variants. So we show here, and the details are discussed in the paper. So to a quick summarize, for now we discussed 4 search success metrics. So 2 are within query, the diversity-aware search success and the group-aware search success. 2 are cross queries. The 2 variants are based on how you do the aggregation. So now we are going to try to investigate what are the relationships, correlations among this kind of metrics, and also their properties. So the first analysis we did is the impact of stochasticity. We want to show like what if we add some stochasticity in the static ranking list. So how will this matrix change? Before doing that, we first propose a new model, which is called the group-aware most popular compilation model. So the most popular compilation model is a very widely used model in the ranking. So basically, we can regard it as rank based on the probability of document given a query. So actually, the metrics we proposed are not only just need to be used for evaluation, it can also use to guide this new ranking model design. So what we can do is we propose a group-aware MPC model. It is ranked based on the probability of document given query and group and averaging over all the groups. So this is just a small modification. And then what we're going to do is that we add some stochasticity in the MPC model and GMPC model on a query auto-completion dataset. We want to see what different stochasticity will change these metrics. So these are the 4 metrics we discussed in this paper. And the x-axis shows the stochasticity we introduced. On the left-hand side is it's very random. On the right-hand side is a static version. So based on this, we can have 2 observations. So one observation is that the MPC and GMPC, they show similar performance on the diversity-aware metrics, which is the first figure. Actually, this is not unsurprising because the diversity-aware search success doesn't consider any group-aware information. And also, the MPC is largely inferior to GMPC on the other 3 group-aware search success metrics because the MPC itself doesn't consider any group information. And the second observation is that if you look at the figures from the right-hand side to left-hand side, when you introduce some stochasticity, all the matrix value will increase. But if you introduce more stochasticity, the value will decrease. So finally, it will just like a random ranking. So actually, this shows there is a trade-off between the success and fairness within our metric. Like for different data set, for different ranking model, there is optimal stochasticity you can add to maximize the group of your search success metrics. So this also suggests that a certain level of randomness can be optimized towards this trade-off. So for the second analysis, we want to study what is the correlations between the four metrics we studied in this paper. We choose two datasets. One is a curator completion, the other is a movie recommendation. We basically run different stochasticity level on the MPC model and GMPC model, and we compute the pairwise like the random ranking metrics to see like what is the relation of these metrics. So here, as you can see, for the group of weird search success we proposed, they have a much stronger correlation compared to the DASS, the diversity version in the existing literature. And if you look further at the last two rows and columns, you can see a more like stronger correlation between those metrics. And as the last point, I want to quickly point out the connection to relevance metrics. So the search success can be decomposed into two parts: the probability the searcher observes the result, and the probability the result leads to a success. Actually, this is also very similar to the relevance metrics, such as NDCG or something in the literature. It can also be decomposed into the probability the searcher observes the result and the expected reward or score from the result. So this shows that the aggregation thing we used in our group of weird search success can also be applied to the previous relevance metrics. So to a summary, we propose and formulate the group of weird search success and propose a group of weird MPC model. We provide a detailed theoretical derivation of these metrics by applying different ranking policies, and we also show the connection between search success and relevance metrics. So for more details, please check our paper. Thanks for your attention.
So our next talk is about understanding the behavior of cross-encoder model, which is mostly a strong model, except for math information retrieval that we just learned. So this is a work done in collaboration between Sorbonne University and Singapore, and Matthias Vast is going to present the work.
So, hi everyone, my name is Matthias Vast, and today I have the pleasure to present to you our work with Basil van Kooten, Laure Soulier, and Benjamin Piwowarski, entitled Which Neurons Matter and Higher, Applying Integration-Based Methods to Understand Cross-Encoders. So when you're working with cross-encoders such as Monobert, usually you have something like that, where you have query and passages. You give a concatenation of a query and passage to Monobert, which gives you a prediction in return about the relevance of the passage. That prediction can be influenced by multiple things, such as the query-passage interaction. But in our case, we are mostly interested in what is happening inside the model. For example, which neurons are impacting that prediction. And both query-passage interaction and those mechanisms can also be influenced by the domain and the language of the input. To do so, we looked at the state-of-the-art of explainability approaches, and there was first kind of approach, which is probing. With probing, you have external classifiers to which you give as an input the internal model hidden representations, and you evaluate the classifiers on auxiliary task. But it doesn't help to understand the importance of individual neurons. So we moved on to another family, which is attribution-based method. And you have two types of attribution approaches. You have perturbation-based and backpropagation-based. With the first one, what you do basically is that you mask some part of the input or some part of the model to infer its importance, looking at the degradation of the performance. And with the second type, you simply do a forward and a backward and the backpropagation, and you obtain like that the importance of the input of the model. And the last type of approaches is causal tracing, which belongs to the family of mechanistic interpretability and is mostly used with causal language model. So it's almost the same idea as perturbation-based. We decided to go with a method that derives from integrated gradients. So I will briefly explain how integrated gradients work. So in the vision setup, you have, for example, a picture of a monkey that you want to explain. And what you do is that for that picture, you build a black image baseline. and the pass between that baseline and the original input, which is in fact the multiple shades here. And at each step along this path, you compute a forward, a backward, and you accumulate the gradients all along the path, and it gives you an idea of which part of the input are the most important. This method was extended to neurons integrated gradient to have the attribution of the neurons. Basically the same idea, you have a baseline, an original input, and as you move along the path between the baseline and the original input, you start to observe a recovery of the original signal, and the neurons that are activated in the same region, you want to give them a high score because they are the neurons that are related to the prediction. To apply NIG to the AR task, we had to develop, we had to build a baseline and the path, so we decided to build a baseline simply by creating a sequence of path tokens. And to obtain the path, we didn't build it between the tokens, we decided to build it in the embedding space. So we simply embed the sequence of path tokens, embed the original input, and build the path between those two embeddings. And then we directly apply NIG, and like that we obtain the attribution scores for every neuron in the model. With this setup, we ask ourselves multiple questions. The first one being, is it possible to use NIG to identify important neurons involved in the prediction of relevant passage and non-relevant passage? Is it possible to make a distinction between in-domain predictions and out-of-domain prediction? And finally, are the neurons identified by NIG truly important for the higher task? To answer those questions, we built two corpuses. In each one, we included a different subset of MS Marco to represent the in-domain data. And we included BIR in the attribution corpus for out-of-domain datasets, and some dataset from load benchmark in the ablation for the out-of-domain. Here you have an example. You have how the end-to-end process looks like. So on the left side, you have the attribution, where for each query across all the datasets, we consider separately the relevant passages and the non-relevant passages. So for every dataset, we obtain two attributions for every neuron according to relevant passage and non-relevant passage. And then, using those attribution schemes, what we call attribution schemes, which is in fact the scores of the neuron, how important they are, we composed them to obtain ablation scheme that were applied on the model, and we looked at the difference. Moving on to the results now. So in this graph, what you have is the intersections between the multiple attribution schemes corresponding to the relevant passage and non-relevant passage across all the datasets. And as you can see, there is an intersection which is different from zero. So it means that those neurons are consistently involved across all datasets for predicting either relevant or non-relevant passage. And interestingly, when you look at a single dataset and you try to cross the important neurons for relevant and non-relevant passage, you observe that there is no intersection, which could suggest that the model has some way to determine quite early that a passage is relevant or not, and then it adapts its internal mechanism. Now, if you want to look at in-domain and out-of-domain prediction, you just have to take off MS Marco from the intersection, from the dataset you consider in the intersection. And as you can see, this produces a little difference. So it means that out-of-domain predictions have a small subset of neurons involved that are not involved with in-domain predictions. And this effect is strengthened if you also take off NF corpus and robust, because they tend to contrast a little bit the results. And now, to verify the relation with the neurons we have identified and the higher task, we compared what happens when we randomly cut off some neurons in the model and when we cut off neurons following our attribution schemes. And as you can see, with a random ablation, there is not much difference compared to the original model. Whereas if we cut neurons following our schemes, we can halve the original model performance. And a complementary observation is that as we have attribution scores for every neuron in the model, we can look at where those neurons are situated in the model. And we have identified two regions, first one being mostly in the middle layers, which is interesting because probing papers have shown that those middle layers were the best to perform auxiliary tasks to the air task. So it must be an important region for the air task. And the last region is the final layer, that we think is associated with the model focusing the information on the CLS token before it's extracted by the classifier. And to conclude, we can summarize our contribution as follows. First, we have shown how NIG and integrity gradients could be applied to the higher task and to monobert. And by doing so, we have revealed that there is a set of important neurons involved in the prediction of relevant and non-relevant passage, that those two sets were not intersecting, and that out-of-domain predictions involve a complementary set of neurons. Our work isn't empty of limitations. For example, our interpretations are limited to cross-encoders and possibly even limited to monobert. Also, we only consider the higher task as a binary classification task, but it could have been interesting to look at the contrast between relevant passage and non-relevant passage for the same query. And finally, even if you have identified which neurons were important, we lack the understanding of their role, so that's the one thing we want to explore next, but it requires other approaches. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Matthias. The last talk of the session is also about explainability, but from a different perspective through counterfactual editing. This is a work jointly done by researchers from University of Utah, Data Miner, and Tsinghua University. And Ji Chao Shu is going to present the work.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. I know it's the end of this session, so people are tired. So hopefully you can still endure me for a few minutes. So this is a work while I was an intern at a Data Miner. So yes, I want to start with exploratory search as an information-seeking task. So in the typical search setting, a user starts with a search intent, queries the search engine, and the search engine returns the result page. So this user has to read through the result page, click and examine the documents. So often we know that multiple documents need to be examined, and often the query needs to be reformulated a few times until the search intent in mind is satisfied. So this is especially the case for exploratory search, where the user comes with a relatively vague initial search intent, and then the query needs to be iterated for a few times. So this process, I believe, creates a cognitive overload for the user. And actually, my key research question here is, can we provide explanations on the result page for the user to reduce their cognitive overload? So this is a broad topic, and I think I want to start from the definition of factual and counterfactual explanation. So the existing results for the search engine explanation, basically they focus on factual explanation, which means we see the result snippet which highlights what's actually in the document. But I am thinking about this problem in a different perspective. So basically, research in cognitive science has shown that human explanations are also contrastive, which means the counterfactual explanation answers the why A not B question. So first, I think the counterfactual explanation in the context of web search has not been well formulated. So in this work, I use this formulation. So given the initial search query Q and the top rank document D, and a counterfactual document D prime, we want to produce a counterfactual query Q prime as explanation, such that the search engine ranks the counterfactual document D prime over the initial top document D. So why this is important, here is a toy example. So suppose I am people who don't know well about search, so I want to search for the published attention paper. So the initial result will return the archive version, which is not what I want. But I don't know what exact query should I be searching for, such that the search engine returns me the published version. So in this case, a valid explanation would be, if you search the attention is all you need, NURBS, the search engine will return the correct version in my mind. So this is a toy example, and basically I think that illustrates why this counterfactual estimation formulation is valid. So first we have a preliminary user study. Each user, we present them with a search engine result page where only one document is relevant, and the user is asked to mark the relevant document without examining the exact document content. So for the treatment group, we use the titles and snippets and human-written counterfactual queries, but for the control group, we only use titles and snippets. So here is a sample study page. Forgive us for the bad layout because none of us are professional HCI people. So, but we can see that the text marked at yellow are counterfactual estimations we provide on the search engine result page. Here is a result. So basically, we can see that for the treatment group where we provide the counterfactual estimation, so the user on average can find more relevant documents, but also at a slightly cost of the response time, which is, I think, is because they have more things to read on the result page. So now we know that this is a potentially valid problem formulation. I want to study why, how can we design a system such that it can automatically generate this counterfactual estimation. So basically, our method contains of three parts: initial search model S, masking model M, and editing model E. So here is an overview of how this proposed method works. So we start with the initial query: who won the Battle of Stirling Bridge? So the document D is about Stirling Bridge, and document D prime, which is a counterfactual document, in this case, it's about Battle of Stamford Bridge. So this masker model will first compute the per token saliency score for the initial query, and we mask this. We mask the most important tokens and use the editor model to produce a counterfactual query. So in this case, the counterfactual estimation will be, if you use a query of who won the Battle of Stamford Bridge, the document D prime will be ranked higher than the initial highly ranked document D. So here is a detailed explanation of how our editing process works. So we start from the initial query and we have a per token saliency score. First, we'll mask the top one important token, and then we concatenate this masked query with a counterfactual document and input that to the editor model, which essentially performs the masked token prediction. To make this kind of error tolerant, we use the beam process to kind of keep multiple candidates, and eventually we will examine the candidates in the beam with the criteria which is close to the initial query, but also can make the search model rank the counterfactual document D on top. So basically, we can see how these design choices meet our desiderata, which is the desired properties of counterfactual estimation. First, the search procedure makes sure that if the produced output is chosen by is close to the initial query, and this will be as very useful in terms of making the user aware of what minor change can they change such that the counterfactual document D prime will be ranked on top. So in terms of the this is how each module works in the proposed method. And basically, the search model will compute the document's relevance score, and the masking model will get the per token saliency score, and the editor model will perform the mask token prediction process until we get a valid counterfactual estimation. So in terms of evaluation, we introduced a few automatic evaluation. First, we want to measure the number of flips or flip rate, which is critical for the definition of counterfactual estimation. We also want to measure the closeness, yes, and we also measure the fluency, which because we want the generated counterfactual estimation is still valid query. And we also want this editing process to be fast. So we also include a human evaluation, which we ask the annotators to annotate the generated counterfactual estimation in terms of fluency, clarity, and semantic and lexicon closeness to the initial query. Here is the automatic results. We can see that basically our proposed method outperforms baselines in terms of the automatic evaluation metrics. So here we have a plus version, which is we additionally fine-tune the mask language model with a mask language modeling objective on the target corpus. So in terms of the human evaluation, we see that our method outperforms the baseline, competitive baseline, without requiring the labeled training data. And so some takeaway message. So I think the effectiveness of counterfactual estimation needs to be verified by larger scale user studies. To my best knowledge, this is the first work to study this specific formulation, and we hope that some rich people can take this into a more practical setting. And perhaps one useful extension is to leverage the instruction following large language models for this specific setup. And yeah, thanks for a bunch of people.
Thank you, Zhichao.
Okay, we can get started. So, welcome to the last paper session of ICTIR this year. So, our first speaker is Fu Zhe from University of North Carolina at Charlotte.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Zhe, who is my honor here to give the presentation on our work that titled The Ask of Asking Prompting Large Language Models for Serendipity Recommendations. The authors of these papers are Zhe Fu and Dr. Xinyu from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. I would like to start to present our work from the background knowledge of this some filter bubble phenomena in the recommender system. The filter bubble phenomenon means that for the information system, that the system selectively focus on the information that the user would like to see, and in the recommender system, that means the system will overly focus on a user's historical records and tend to recommend some repeated or similar items. For example, like here, when a user just reviewed the book Superman, the platform will likely to recommend some other homogeneous items, like the other version of the Superman, the Batman, or the Wonder Woman. So to address such kind of challenges, more and more researchers are now focused on the serendipity-oriented recommendation. That is, providing some unexpected but relevant discoveries that may differ from the user's current interests and can also help explore the user's potential preferences. But serendipity-oriented recommendations have some challenges. The first is that the serendipity concept is somehow relatively complex and difficult for the models to understand. Second is that the serendipity is very sparse in the data set. So the good news is that now there are some initial efforts on exploring the large language models as a promising techniques for the next generation recommendations. The large language models have some advantages. That is, first is that large language models are rich in knowledge and can be served as an encyclopedia. And second, that we think that because they have rich in knowledge, the large language models may have a deeper understanding on the serendipity. And the last thing is that when we fine-tune or prompting a large language models, it will require less training data. So now there are three templates types for prompting the large language models in the recommender system. That is, they are the discrete templates, continuous templates, and also the hybrid templates. I will introduce them one by one. So first is the discrete template, that is, use the natural words, which is highly relying on the user's experience to craft. A good discrete template may contain three components. They are the task description, which may provide some definition of the serendipity and also the requirements of the task. Second is the demonstration set that can provide some representative examples. And the last one is the input questions. And here we hope the model can give a binary answer here to answer whether the item is a serendipity or not. So here the input question here, we wanted to limit the answer format to be binary. That is to give an answer of yes or no. And we also, as I mentioned before, that serendipity is a relatively complex concept. So we designed two styles to investigate the effectiveness of different style of prompts. First is directly ask the model whether an item is serendipity. The second part is that we decompose the serendipity, this complex concept, into two relatively easy concepts, that is unexpectedness and relevance, and then use it to infer whether it is serendipity. So here is the discrete template we used in our study. We can find in the style 2 is that we directly ask the model which item is serendipity. And the second style is that we provide some details on what is unexpectedness and what is relevance, and also some representative examples on it. But there are some studies has mentioned that use the discrete templates, these natural words may contain some noise, and even a change of single words will result in a huge change in the performance. So to alternatively, some researchers are focused on use the continuous templates that use the learnable vectors instead of the natural words to represent the information. But these kind of learnable vectors may highly depend on the training instance. And for here, we can find there are two components for the continuous templates, that is the task description and the input questions. And the key components, the key problems here, we need to design an additional encoding layer to encode the natural words to these learnable vectors, that is the function f here. So we also designed two different styles. First one is the direct style. That is, we use cross entropy here, and based on ground truth of the serendipity to train this encoder to generate the learnable vectors. And second style is that we also decompose the serendipity into two concepts, the unexpectedness and the relevance. And here we first use these two data sets to pre-train the model, and then fine-tune the encoder on the serendipity. And the last style is the hybrid template. Hybrid template is that using both the natural words and the virtual tokens. So, but the key problems of the hybrid template is that what parts should be natural or virtual tokens. So in this paper, we have such a consideration is that if a part is information rich and the natural words for it may not be sufficiently expressive, we may use the virtual tokens, for example, like the user's history or the target item, because the user history may contain some explicit interaction relationship inside, so we may use some encoding layer to learn it. And for another part is that if a part needs to provide some precise knowledge to the large language model without introducing any uncertainty, we may use the natural words like the task description, the definition of the serendipity, and also we limit the answer to a binary answer. So here also the part of the input question. So here is our proposed hybrid templates here. We also designed two styles. One is directly ask the serendipity. Another one is we decompose the serendipity into two sub-concepts, the unexpectedness and relevance. But we may find some other questions that, or maybe we have the ground truth on serendipity, but what is the ground truth for unexpectedness and relevance? So for the relevance is easy because we can use some widely accepted method is we can set the observed interaction as the yes samples, but the unobserved interaction as no samples. But for the unexpectedness, we use a way to calculate the unexpected, that is the conditional likelihood of seeing an item given a user's sequence of the interactive items like the equation here. In this way, we can calculate some estimate, some pseudo unexpectedness score for each user item pairs, and then we take the top 30% as a yes sample and the bottom 30% as the no samples. So to examine our prompts, the baseline we use the two groups of baseline. One is the serendipity-oriented models, including the random, the DSR, the PERS, SNPR, also the Seren-enhanced. And for the second group, we use the relevance-oriented model, that is SAS-RAG and the BERT-for-RAG. And for the backbones, we use the two open-source large language models, that is the 25 and the Llama 2. And here is the our results on the seven lens data set. And here we can find our proposed method. Here, the hybrid template with the indirect way that decompose the serendipity into two components outperform all of the other baseline model and also the other templates in our studies. So we can summarize in our contribution is that first, our paper does have a design on the 7 prompts with the 3 types and the 2 styles. And second is that we try to decompose the serendipity concept into 2 relatively easy subtasks. And the third one is a computational approach to somehow to calculate the ground truth of the unexpectedness. Yep. That is pretty much for my presentation. Thank you for listening. And if you have any question, please contact my email.
You can ask right now. So our second talk is from Tommy, and it's about sponsored question answering.
Okay, thank you for presenting me. So hello everyone, my name is Tommy. I am a PhD student in the Technion Institute of Technology in Israel, and I present a work about sponsored question answering done with Moshe Tenenholz and Owen Kurland. Let's go. So we'll start by motivation to our research. Only a few years ago, LLMs arrived to our life and showcased an impressive capabilities. ChatGPT, for example, demonstrated a new paradigm for seeking information and executing the NLP tasks. Recently, there was a rich discussion about the potential move from search engine to question answering systems, like ChatGPT, Bing Copilot, and U.com. A related question we address in our work is how sponsored search will evolve with a possible transition from search to question answering. For that, we analyze an hypothesis that the question answering platform blends an organic answer to a question with an advertisement, as we can see in the following example. So given a question posed by a user, which book is used in most computer science programs in the US to teach Python, and given that the organic answer is book X, and we want to publish the advertisement bookstore Y has all the programming books need to be learned how to program, a possible sponsored answer that combine an organic answer with the advertisement could be, in bookstore Y, you can find book X, which is used by most computer science programs in the US. So before diving to our proposed framework, we point out some relevant work. So in the current paradigm of advertising in the web, sponsored search, advertisements are ranked in response to a query posted by a user. The ranking of the advertisement is determined by monetization criteria. Usually the mechanism that defines the allocation and the payment of advertiser in sponsored search is an auction mechanism. So GSP and VCG are the most popular auctions in the web, and these auctions coincide in case a single advertisement is selected. A later study presents a method to integrate content using multiple LLMs, where an incentive-compatible auction is held for each generated token. So another work proposed a model that summarizes ads using LLMs, where the placement of advertisement in the snippet is determined by an auction. A user study by Zelch and al. Presents the paradigm of native ads, where ads are blended with the generated answer in an undetectable way. Fazy and al. In their work discuss a conceptual framework for online advertising, and they presented some important considerations like privacy, reliability, and latency. And we adopted the general idea of their framework. So we present our framework in the spirit of the framework I just mentioned. So the starting point of the framework is when a user posts a question to the platform. Then the platform computes an organic answer and starts an auction of n advertisers. Each has an advertisement that they want to display the user. The platform generates n possible sponsored answers and presents them to the advertisers. Then the advertisers compute their value from displaying their sponsored answer and send a bid to the platform. According to an optimization criteria we discuss later, the platform chooses the winner advertiser, presents the sponsored answer to the user, and defines the required payment. We implemented a novel optimization criteria comparing to sponsored search. We called it the platform value. In our optimization criteria, the platform chooses the sponsored answer that optimizes the summation of the user utility and the corresponding bid. In classical sponsored search that we all know in the web, the platform maximizes only the advertiser's utility. And considering the advertiser utility, we adopt the notation using GSP mechanism given by the difference between the value and the payment in case, of course, she wins, otherwise, of course, 0. So until now, we defined the framework of sponsored question answering as a game, which the strategies are the bid, and the mechanism of choosing the payment and the winner is done by our interpretation of the GSP mechanism. We state out 2 questions. Is there an equilibrium in this game? And do the advertisers have an incentive to behave truthfully? In our work, we presented that behaving truthfully is a dominant strategy. Or in other words, bidding the true value of sponsored answer results in the highest payoff for the advertiser, regardless of what strategies other advertiser chose. So until now, we assume the sponsored answers are given and fixed. We now turn for a general discussion of some possible methods for generating those sponsored answers. So a first naive strategy would be to ask for GPT-4 for generating those sponsored answers. We'll probably get a very high quality generated text, but we lack the mechanism to control the balance between the user and the advertiser utilities. A different approach, in the spirit of one of the articles we mentioned before, is mixing two LLMs, one aligned to the organic answer and one aligned to the advertisement, and adding with a mixing parameter that controls the balance between those two components. In this procedure, we generate token by token in an autoregressive manner to get the sponsored answers. This fusion process still faces the challenge of reasoning about the sponsored answers and accordingly the utilities, since we mix distributions at the token level. So in the spirit of mixing LLMs, we make a first step and use mixture of unigrams to make a deeper analysis of the auction. We use cross-site entropy as a similarity metric for the utilities and values definitions. We assume that the advertiser value is increasing when a sponsored answer becomes similar to our ad, and accordingly, the user utility is increasing when the resultant sponsored answer becomes similar to the organic answer. We demonstrated in our paper two propositions. The first proposition is that in equilibrium, the winner is not necessarily the advertiser who placed the highest bid. I want to share with you the main idea of the proof. Of course, the full proof appears in the article, and I invite every one of you to read it. We built a two-advertiser game with a vocabulary of two tokens, and the key point of the proof is choosing two non-similar organic answer and advertisement, D0 and D1, as you can see in the diagram, and an advertisement D2 that is not similar either to D1 or to the organic answer. Furthermore, we found two mixing parameters, that the resultant mean sponsored answer of the first player, D1S, that's the notation, is very similar to the advertisement D1, and the resultant mean sponsored answer of the second player is similar to the organic answer. Calculating the utilities with our similarity metric results that the player 2 wins the auction, even though the sponsored answer of the first player maximizes their value, with respect, of course, to all advertisers' value. Symmetrically, we demonstrated in the article that the winner advertiser is not necessarily the one that the resultant user utility is maximal with respect to that attained by selecting other advertisers' sponsored answer. So I want to conclude, and we showed a first formal study of a platform for sponsored question answering. We use a different optimization criteria than that used in the normal sponsored search, we all know. And recently there have been several suggestions to fuse text, and we present the first formal analysis for fixed sponsored answer auction. We present in our work two main results. The first result is that there is a dominant strategy of the advertisers to bid on their true value and to behave truthfully. And the second result is when the fusion is based on a mixture of unigrams language models, the selected sponsored answer is not necessarily the one that maximizes either the user utility or the advertiser value. Finally, I want to emphasize the importance of the in-depth discussion about the ethical considerations involved in fusing TEDs with organic answer. And thank you very much for listening. I will be happy to take some of your questions.
So our next talk is from Nagma from University of New Hampshire.
Hello, everyone. So today I'm going to talk about our paper named Automatic Rubric-based Evaluation of Retrieve-Generate Systems. So in this paper, we are presenting an evaluation method that works both for retrieval systems and generative systems. So the issue with the existing judgment is that they are expensive due to humans have to judge the passages to be relevant or not. And they end up breaking down when we try to apply them to generative systems. So the idea here is to use the LLMs to get cheap judgments, but we have an alternative way of integrating humans to define the relevance. So our approach named Rubric is a good compromise between expensive human judgments and over-reliance on LLMs, which means that we make the judgments cheaper But at the same time, we avoid some pitfalls of over-relying on AI by just like asking the LLM, is this passage relevant for this query or not? So the main idea here is to incorporating human judges in defining the relevance, and we are achieving it by our three-phased rubric approach. So the main idea is that we break down the query into a grading rubric, and then we use the LLMs to perform the grading using that grading rubric, and then we have some means of deriving the evaluation score, which we named as rubric evaluation score. So I'm going to walk you through these three phases through the following slides. So the first phase is designing grading rubrics. While humans can design this grading rubric from scratch, when it comes to actually doing it, it becomes a little bit daunting. So we suggest to use the LLMs to break down the query into questions that reveal relevant information. So for example, here we used a GPT model to break the query, when did rock and roll begin? And then we have a set of concise questions, which we call them rubric questions, such as a question asking about musicians or bands that are considered pioneers in this genre, or like a question about the development of new technologies that have an impact on the birth of this genre. So this idea is kind of similar to using the nuggets for the judgments, but here we're using the questions. So we call these questions our grading rubric. Going to the next phase, we have these rubric questions, or like grading rubric. We have to now look at each passage that we have, whether it is retrieved by a retrieval system or generated by a generative system, and then ask how well this passage answers these questions. So for example, here we have which musicians or bands that are considered pioneers of this genre, and then some part of the passage mentioned Boswell sisters. And then we suggest to use LLMs to grade this answerability by having a 4 as a grade. So for example, the second question is asking about the major influences that led to the emergence of the rock and roll, and then some part of the passage mentioned rhythm and blues, and then that's why we have a grade of 4 for the answerability of this question. And we have 2 zeros for these 2 questions because there is no piece of information in our passage that is going to answer these questions. So these questions are open-ended, which means that they do not have one single grand truth answer. So, for example, one other pioneer in this genre can be Elvis Presley, but we have a grade 4 for this question and this passage. So here we use a FLAN T5 large model to grade these rubric questions, but you can use any LLM of your choice. We just did that because we wanted to have a good compromise between the quality and expensiveness. So now that we have this process, we can apply it to all of the passages in our judgment pool, whether it's a retrieval system or even when we have a generative system or like long responses, we can break them into passages and then apply the same thing on them. So now we have a grading sheet that is going to say which of these questions are addressed by which of these passages. And so somehow from this grading sheet, we have to derive the relevance label. So for example, one of the simplest way to do that, and we've explored that in our paper, is to take in the maximum over all of these rubric questions for each passage. Once we have all of these relevance labels, we have to use, like we can use track eval to get the system evaluation scores. So now it's time to look at the results to see how well our evaluation method works. So we can apply this evaluation method on any track or like retrieval systems. So for example, here we run it on Track Deep Learning 2020 when people submitted run files. We also have the official rank, which is based on human judgments. So we applied the same 3 phases to derive the score for all of these run files, and then we ranked them based on these scores. So we saw that these retrieval systems based on our rubric rank have a good correlation with the official rank. Not that only, but also we added some generative systems to our table, and we can compare these generative systems in a meaningful way with retrieval systems. Like before, we could have done that, but we got a 0 for all of these generative systems because there were no responses for them. So all of them would be like grouped together as somewhere like on the table, but now we can compare them with the retrieval system. Some of them are on the top of the table and some of them are at the tail of the table. It all depends on the model and the prompt that we used. So to look at the state-of-the-art approaches that we kind of considered as over-relying on LLMs, we can compare our approach with Fagioli, Helm, and Sun, where they kind of ask, is this passage relevant to this question or query? And then we can see that our approach is a competitive approach with these direct grading approaches. But the point is not that we're doing better in sense of Spearman rank. We kind of have a more clear path of integrating humans, and humans define the relevance via the grading rubric. So once again, our approach is somewhere in between expensive human judgments and over-reliance on AI by asking this direct question of, is this passage relevant for this query or not? So for future work, we want to consider better synchronization between grading rubric and grading steps, and also study deriving the relevance labels, evaluation measures from the grades. And we also have 2 other works on this topic at SIGIR that we'll be happy to talk about later. So this is the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Our next talk is from Owen from University of Staudinger, Norway.
Hi, hello. I hope everyone can hear me okay. So today I'm going to present the work towards a formal characterization of user simulation objectives in conversational information access, a work done with Christian Balog. And before I start the talk, thank you for the travel grant that allows me to be here. So back to the paper, the motivation here is that user simulation has been identified as a promising approach to automatically train and evaluate conversational information access agents. However, the objectives for user simulation are usually loosely defined in the literature, so it makes it difficult to have a standardized way of comparing those user simulators. So what we do in this work is that we propose a mathematical formalization of the objective for training and evaluation, and we make an empirical study to study the implication relationship between those between the objective of those 2 use. So before I deep dive, I just want to set the ground here. So when I talk about a conversation, I mean a task-based dialogue between 2 participants, an agent and a user, that converse to accomplish a goal. And here what we want is we want to have a simulated user that can substitute the user in the dialogue. And we're interested in creating a user simulator that is able to mimic the behavior of a set of users. So now let's talk about the formalization that we propose. So first I'm going to talk about the use of simulation for training. So when we want to train a conversational agent, we usually try to learn a dialogue policy that controls how the agent will reply in a given context. So formally, we can describe this as mapping a set of possible states to a set of possible actions. So we see this training as an optimization problem, where you have a reward function that will evaluate the transition between one state to another due to an action by the agent and the user. So the goal of the optimization problem is to maximize the expected cumulative reward, like in a reinforcement learning setting. So now that we know that, we can establish the objective for the simulation. That is that simulated users should act similarly to real users in a given context. So formally, we describe this as having a maximum similarity between the dialogue policies of the users and the simulated users. However, here we know that the dialogue policy of a user is not directly observable because we don't really know what people think, what are their cognitive process, and so on. So here we propose to use the dialogues as proxies instead. So you'll have to try to find user simulators that can reach the maximum similarity. So that's for the training. Then we will move on to evaluation. So here we base this formulation on previous work that specified the simulation objective as an automatic assessment of the agent such that it is predictive of its performance with real user. So unlike the previous work, we decided to look at the absolute difference between the performances with a certain degree of tolerance. So that's how we formalized the objective. So now that we have those two objectives, we want to look at this question. So if we have a user simulator A that is better than a user simulator B on the training objective, does that mean that A will be better than B also on the evaluation objective and vice versa? So to answer this question, we consider 5 conversational agents and corresponding user population. And for each conversational agent, we apply 3 steps. So first, we're going to create the user simulators. Then we're going to generate synthetic dialogues between the reference agent and the user simulators. And then based on these, we're going to assess the similarity between the dialogue policies, and also we're going to assess the agent's performances. These 2 things will allow us to compare and rank the different user simulators. Now I'm going to briefly talk about what is the user simulator. So here it is characterized by 3 elements. So I'm going to describe them on a very high level. So first we have a user model that will describe some characteristic of the user simulator. Then we have the interaction model that describes what are the allowed transition between 2 actions. And then we have an outcome prediction component that will just assess if the conversation was successful or not. And now I want to talk about the metrics that we use. So if you remember correctly, the last stage of the methodology is to assess the similarity between dialogue policies and also assess the performances. So here, for the training objective, we're going to look at the Jensen-Shannon divergence between the policies. So that will allow us to compare the policies at a turn level. And then we're going to use an aggregation of rouge L between the reference and the synthetic dialogue to have a similarity at a conversational level. And for the evaluation objective, we're going to use the success rate. So now we're going to talk briefly about the results. So first, if we look at only the metrics that we use for the training objective, we observed that, I don't know if you see it well, but in blue, I recorded, like I highlighted the first, the best user simulator according to the metric, and we see that in none of the case we have the same, so we have a disagreement here. And we also find that there is no strong correlation between the results of the Jensen-Shannon divergence and the aggregation of rouge. And this is supported by the fact that we have a Kendall-Stowe correlation between 0 and -0.3. Now I want to talk about the comparison of the ranking between the training and the evaluation. So here, interestingly, we see that the relative ordering is different in some cases. So I highlighted one case here. So if you look at the reference CA3, we see that the user simulation 1 is superior to the user simulator 2 when we look at the training objective. However, when you look at the evaluation objective, then we have the user simulator 2 that is superior to the user simulator 1. So here we see that we don't have an agreement between those two. So to answer the high-level question, if there is an implication between training and evaluation, the answer would be no, or like in some cases yet, but in some cases no. So to summarize the work done in this paper, so first we proposed a formal characterization of the user simulation objective when used for training and evaluation of conversational information access agents. And this will allow us to have a direct comparison between the different user simulators in a standardized way. I want also to mention that the choice of metric can change. The formalization is not tied to the metric. And then what we did is we did an empirical study to see if there is a relationship between optimizing the training objective and optimizing the evaluation objective, and we found out that if one is good in one of the objective, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be the best in the second use. That's all for me. Thank you for listening. I'll take questions if there is some.
So our next speaker is Tasala from Brown University.
Thank you. Hi everyone. Today I'll be talking about our project, which is in summary a retrieval augmented pipeline that improves the performance of embedding-based models for zero-shot test classification tasks, which we call Q0 for short. I'll start by giving us a refresher on the importance of zero-shot test classification using a topic classification example. So in a supervised learning space, when we have task-specific training data, when a model is provided with a task that's related to its training data, the model excels. But when a model is presented with a task that is not specific to its training data, this model fails, and then the model developers will be required to curate new labels for that new task and retrain this model on this new task, which is cool if we just have one task. But what happens when we bring a new task again? So the model developers have to retrain the model again, get new label data, and this continues each time a new task comes up. So zero-shot test classification or zero-shot learning is important because in a real-world setting, the label space keeps evolving and keeps expanding. Data labeling is expensive and slow, and then it's impractical to keep training every time we have a new task. So zero-shot test classification simply means, is it possible for us to provide the model with a task that's not specific to its training, so the model is expected to be able to adapt to new tasks irrespective of its training data. So there are several types of off-the-shelf zero-shot test classifiers, and the current state of the art is to use or prompt a generative language model. Generative language models like GPT-4, Gemini, or Llama. So these models are great. They have rich contextual understanding, but the downside to using this model is that they have high computational cost and budget constraints too. So if you're a small organization with budget constraints, you want to go for a cheaper alternative. So a cheaper off-the-shelf zero-shot classifier alternative is to use an embedding-based model. So how does an embedding-based model perform zero-shot test classification? The first step is to just say we have a document to be classified and our set of labels. We just embed them and get their vector representation and then compare them with a similarity metric, say cosine similarity or Jacquard. So we have several types of embedding-based models, from word embeddings to sentence-based embedding models. These models, as I said earlier, are cheaper in terms of compute and budget costs compared to generative models. But the downside to these models is that they have poorer contextual understanding compared to the generative models. So how can we provide more context to an embedding-based model to get the best of both worlds? Oh, I don't have so much money, but I want to just manage an embedding-based model. So for instance, we have this task of an example as I've used earlier, and we have this input Sam Altman to discuss possible collaboration with Anthropic. Imagine you want to use an embedding-based model that was developed maybe not so quickly, or a model that doesn't know anything about Sam Altman or Anthropic. These are the main terms that can nudge the model to predict the topic technology. Should we fine-tune the model with Wikipedia? But if we keep doing this, Wikipedia keeps getting updated every time. But we keep fine-tuning. Each time Wikipedia is updated, why don't we leverage retrieval? This works for like generative models, right? Like we've all heard of RAG. So what can retrieval do for embedding-based models? Let's find out. Okay, so our solution here tries to contextualize the inputs to provide more information that can nudge the model to the closest or the right topic. So if you look at this example I showed earlier, you feed it to our pipeline called Q0. It tries to contextualize these inputs by giving it more keywords or useful keywords that can guide it to predict the ground truth technology. Because if you compare the two, you can see that the contextualized output has more information that nudges the model to technology compared to the original input. So how does Q0 leverage retrieval? So Q0 is a retrieval-based contextualization pipeline that improves the performance of embedding models for zero-shot test classification. And how does it happen? So we have our input. The Q0 leverages a retrieval system and is built on Wikipedia corpus. So we retrieve matching articles, the categories of matching articles from Wikipedia, and then we concatenate this category, to create our contextualized output. So this contextualized output becomes the new input to the embedding model, and then we compare it with several potential classes. And then the class that has the highest cosine similarity becomes the model's best choice. So Q0 pipeline is divided into two. We first contextualize the input, and then we perform our classification. So we experimented on different types of embedding-based models, from small word embedding models to large context-dependent models, including OpenAI embeddings. And we also tried sparse retrievers and dense retrievers, and we evaluated a pipeline on different data sets from the various domains, from the news domain, the cuisine domain, and the medical domain. And our results, in summary, shows that Q0 enhances large models for domain-specific tasks and smaller models on most tasks. So on the news domain topic, so the blue shaded part are the larger models and the green one are the smaller models. So it helps in both cases, for the large models and the small models in most cases. And then on the medical domain task, it helps both models depending on the retrieval system used. And then on the Yahoo Answers dataset, Q0 doesn't really help. And it doesn't really help the larger models. And we speculate, and we also know that this is because some of these models have been exposed to this Yahoo Answers dataset during their training. And we feel like whatever Q0 provides here is noise. And we also feel like the Yahoo dataset is also not really a topic classification dataset that requires domain knowledge. So apart from the improving performance, Q0 also gives an interesting insight to verify topic relevance and identify mislabeled data. For instance, if you have this input here, the main keyword to look for here is Laura and Vieira. These are like entertainment executives. So the ground truth for this input is entertainment, and Q0 predicted entertainment. Why? We can see that the keywords provided by the contextualization pipeline nudges the model to entertainment. So this is a case where the topic is verified. And then in the second example here, the ground truth is business, and Q0 predicted health. Why? Because the keywords here nudge the model to predict healthcare instead of business. But you as an individual can actually see that this is a mislabeled topic because it doesn't relate to business and finance in any way. Yeah, so I'll just summarize here. Q0 is a retrieval-based pipeline. It gives us insights to identify mislabeling or topic relevance. It also boosts performance of models on domain-specific tasks. It enables small models to perform comparably with larger models, and it enhances embedding-based zero-shot classifiers while keeping them really simple. So thank you if you have any questions or if you like our paper. And thanks to my wonderful collaborators here. They're not here today, but yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Our next speaker is Andrea from University of Padua.
Okay, so I'm Andrea Posin, and I'm here today to present you our paper, which is titled "A Quantum Annealing Instance Selection Approach for Efficient and Effective Transformer Fine-Tuning." And this work has been carried out together with Washington Cunha, Marcos Andrés González, and Nicola Ferro. And so let's start by introducing what our work is about. And basically, we saw that in recent years, deep neural networks have become really pervasive, really widely used because they are really good at solving complex problems. And for example, transformers such as BERT have been widely used in tasks such as sentence classification and sentiment analysis. However, they come at a cost, which is huge training times and huge data sets. And so to overcome these issues, there can be approaches such as instance selection and model compression. And this work focuses on instance selection. And instance selection is basically just the task in which we want to reduce the number of samples that we have in a data set so that we will have a smaller data set with a representative samples of the original one. So if the instance selection approach is carried out well, we will have that the model will maintain the effectiveness, the model trained on the subset will maintain the effectiveness, while it will be more efficient to train it, and the data set will be reduced. And so there have been already some approaches to tackle these tasks, such as CNN, LSSM, and LSBO, and HUSC. And the one that is considered to be working the most is HUSC, which was presented in the last year at SIGIR, since it is the one that has the best trade-off among all the reduction, effectiveness, and efficiency that we presented just a few seconds ago. However, we wondered whether we could apply quantum computing to solve this challenge, and this is actually what we did. But before talking about our methodology, I want to introduce you to quantum annealing, which is basically just a quantum computing paradigm that can be used to solve optimization problems, mainly minimization problems we are referring to. And basically, we need to formulate each problem in such a way that it is represented as an energy landscape with qubits and their interactions, so that we will have the solution of our problem that will be the solution of qubits and their interaction associated to the minimum energy state of the system. So to solve a problem, it must be formulated in a specific way, which is also known as QUBO, that stands for quadratic and constrained binary and optimization. And basically, this means that the problem must be at most quadratic. It cannot have hard constraints, just soft constraints. All the variables must be binary, and we are talking about an optimization problem, a minimization one in particular. So we are trying to minimize a given objective function. And the problem can be represented through a matrix, usually, or through a graph that represents basically all the variables and the interactions between each other. So to solve a problem, basically, there are some steps. The first one is just finding the correct formulation for a problem. So a suitable one. Then we need also to transform let's say, the graph of our original problem into a graph that suits the topology of the quantum computer that we are going to use. And this is usually a really complex problem, an NP-hard problem, which is called minor embedding. Then we need to transfer the problem over the net till it reaches the dataset that hosts the quantum computer, which is a machine like this. And that will be used to basically sample some solution for our problem. And those solutions will be returned back always over the net. So after this brief introduction, we will talk about our methodology. And in particular, we will start talking about the QUBO formulation that we decided to use. And basically, we called it BCOS, that stands for balanced cosine. And the idea is that we want to keep in our dataset all the instances that are hard to classify. So as you can see from the equations that are presented here, the idea, for example, in equation 1a, for all the documents, all the pair of documents that are in the same class and that are similar to each other, we want them probably to be removed. And for this reason, we assign, let's say, a cosine similarity value, which is likely to be close to 1. And since we are talking about a minimization problem, this will, to have a minimum solution, these documents will be removed. Similarly, in equation 1b, but in this case we are using the minus sign, because if documents are belonging to different classes, but they are similar to each other, it is likely that they are lying on the classification boundaries, and therefore we want to keep them because they are hard to classify instances. And as for the last part, we are just trying to consider class balance. So we want to remove probably more documents for classes that are more represented rather than underrepresented classes. To carry out our approach, we needed to proceed in batches because we cannot fit problems of any size in quantum computers as of now. And the idea is that we want, in our case, we can solve problems up to 100 or 150 variables. So each variable is a document, and in this case, we proceeded with batches of 80 documents per time. And we set a specific reduction rate of 25% because it was chosen, it was shown to be a really good reduction rate in a previous work. And now it's time for the results and the experimental setup. So we carried out our experiments on 6 different data sets to have as most generalizable results as possible. So these data sets have different characteristics. So we're talking about number of classes, but also skewness and number of samples. And our approach was compared against the state-of-the-art approaches that we presented before, but also with simulated annealing that was run on the exact same problem formulation, QUBO formulation that we presented before. So we ran a traditional approach against a quantum approach to see how they perform. So consider that the BERT model that we used, the BERT-based model that we used, we saw that in general we were able to reduce the data set up to 28%, generally between 25 and 28%. We set it to be 25%, but in the case of quantum annealing, there can be noises that impact the percentage of reduction. However, we saw that in general, our approach and the QSC were the only one able to maintain the effectiveness over the all data sets. So we did not see any sort of reduction, significant reduction in effectiveness, which is something that we like. And we also want to point out that due to scalability issues, some of the approaches, in particular the ones LSVO, LSSM, and CNN, couldn't be ran because of scalability issues, basically. And other results, so we saw that our approach is quite efficient. Of course, each USC is the most efficient, and ours also considers latencies, so network latencies to transfer the problem. This can impact, of course, the efficiency. And in general, we saw that we had like a 1.3 times speed up when it comes to training the BERT model for our approach. Other approaches could have like higher speed ups, but they had decreased effectiveness. So wrapping up, coming to conclusions, we presented basically a novel instance selection approach, and we showed its feasibility and competitiveness against other state-of-the-art solutions. And in the future, we want to investigate more efficient heuristics for the minor embedding problem that we talked about earlier. And also, we want to improve our QUBO formulation to make it more complex, and also to use other models different from BERT, such as large language models, as for comparison. And just a few seconds, I want to thank you for the travel grant that I received, which allowed me to be here. So thank you for your attention.
So our next talk will be from Oliver from University of Glasgow.
Yeah. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining my presentation today. My name is Oliver Wark, and I'll be presenting our work capturing the spectrum of social media conflict, a novel multi-objective classification model. At this time, I'd also like to extend my thanks to the SIGIR Student Travel Fund for sponsoring my attendance at the conference. And what I'm sure is a big surprise to everyone in the room, social media has become a dominant channel for social interaction within society. Is that okay? As the volume of social media interaction increases, so do the number of negative user conflicts, such as bullying, harassment, and threats. For users, these conflicts have negative effects on both physical and mental health. Our research aims to detect both subtle and overt forms of these negative conflicts through a novel classification model and dataset. Existing works within the domain focus on extreme forms of hate. Take a look at this widely referenced diagram by Paletto et al., which features terms such as aggressive, abusiveness, hate speech, misogyny, racism. We propose that lesser behaviours, such as sarcasm and teasing, are very harmful to users and should be included within the related works to hate speech and... Oh. Is that okay? Yeah. So we propose that these lesser behaviours, such as sarcasm and teasing, belong in this diagram. Although not directly overlapping with these extreme behaviours, they do slightly intersect with toxic and offensive behaviours, but primarily exist in an adjacent category. Yeah. So the conflict behaviour classification we propose is a very difficult task, which involves subtle human behaviours, and we saw an opportunity to provide transformer models with some additional context to make their classification decisions. This was inspired by a work called the Decision Transformer Model, which utilised reward functions and transformer models within reinforcement learning problems. The additional features that we provide the models give them more information, reducing class cost, crosstalk, and improving model performance. So the reward function within our work is computed as follows. We obtain the mean embedding of each class. We then calculate the cosine similarity between the text input and the mean class embeddings. This gives it a set of class distances for each input text, which suggests how close it is to each class. We then join the raw data point text with these class distances to provide the model more information. This flexible reward functionality allows the encouragement of specific model behavior. So we test our model over 3 common data sets within the hate domain. The Davidson and Fortuna data set feature very common labels: hate, offensive language, abuse, and normal. Fortuna also features an additional class, spam, which we don't include with our work as we didn't want to investigate that behavior. Within our conflict data set, which we released with this work, we feature 3 lesser behaviors: teasing, criticism, and sarcasm, and 3 more extreme behaviors: trolling, harassment, and threats. This dataset was constructed using a 16-month netnography across 4 online brand communities. Netnographies are a form of observational social study. Researchers observe user conflicts but take a non-participatory role in them. So our research objectives for the paper are listed here. We introduced this multi-class conflict dataset, filling a gap in research where lesser conflicts are ignored. And we provide a bit of an analysis in terms of the robustness of that dataset and characteristics that are present in it. So due to the dataset featuring these complex user behaviors, we see high class ambiguity within the dataset, with some classes having higher overlap than others. For example, teasing, criticism, sarcasm, and trolling all have high overlap with the harassment behavior. Additionally, the classes within the dataset show the classic short nature of social media data, with the mean character length being less than 150, the mean number of words being less than 30, and the mean number of sentences being less than 2.5. Both of these attributes combined mean this is a very difficult classification task, and as such, we developed our classification model to try and increase model performance. So, as I stated, we use class-based rewards within the model to encourage desired behavior. And here's the results of our model. So we evaluate our conflict DT model against 3 baseline models across 3 data sets. And we see slight increases in performance for the Fortuna data set, although these were not significant. However, across the Davidson and our own conflict data set, we see larger increases in performance with significance at p equals 1. And these results show that our technique can be used to improve model performance and influence specific model behavior. So next we look to analyse the effects of class attributes on performance, specifically looking at class size and how class ambiguity affects individual class-based performances. So we're visiting the class cosine similarity on the left, where I look at how similar classes are, and the model performance on the right. We see that there's a correlation between those classes who have high class similarity with harassment and those which are frequently misclassified as harassment. However, this trend is mitigated when using our model, which decreases these misclassifications. With regards to class size, there's a correlation between how small the class is and class performance, most notably in the teasing class, which is the smallest class within the dataset and features the worst performance. Finally, I would like to finish with analyzing causes of model misclassification. So for this, we use thematic analysis, which is a social science technique. We randomly selected 150 misclassified data points and coded each data point with a potential reason for misclassification. We then collated these codes, identifying patterns of misclassification reasons, and reported the significant themes. So the first theme I'd like to report is linguistic fluidity. This occurs when data points in our dataset, although they featured single class labels, other behaviors were present and thus were prone to subjectivity in the classification. The next theme is context dependency. Although the data points were singular data points within the dataset, they did originate on social media threads and chains, and removing them from that setting means the loss of context for the person or classifier who is assigning them a class. And finally, we have humor ambiguity. So humor is a difficult task and relies on subtle clues. And whenever a classifier or indeed a human is trying to classify humor, it can lead to a lot of mistakes. Take, for example, the comment on the right, the not-so-fresh princess of stale air. That's an insult. It's saying that someone smells. And that might be just taken as an insult, as criticism, maybe as harassment. But if you know that that's a remix or a rewording of the 90s TV show The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, you see the humorous aspect. It might be trolling, it might be teasing. However, without that prior knowledge, you can't understand that that's a humorous comment. So in conclusion, we introduced a novel multi-class conflict dataset, and we introduced a classification model which features a novel reward function, and we quantitatively and qualitatively analyzed social media data point classification results. So that's me done. I open the floor for questions.
So our last talk of the session and the conference is from Ben Wang from University of Oklahoma.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's very honored to be the last one presenting the paper, although I didn't expect this. So I know we are approaching the end of this conference, so please bear with me for the last 10 minutes. I'm presenting our study cognitively biased user interacting with algorithmically biased results in the whole session search on debated topics. This project is co-authored with my advisor, PhD advisor, Dr. Jixun Liu. And in this study, we simulated a scenario where users are searching in a 3-query search session about debated topics. We examine how the ranking and diversity bias representing algorithmic bias will trigger users' confirmation biases. So confirmation bias in online search refers to the tendency of users to select information that confirms their pre-existing beliefs, while we represent algorithmic bias by ranking and diversity bias. Previous research has shown that both confirmation and algorithmic biases can affect users' search behaviors in single query sessions. So there's still gaps in understanding how the confirmation bias or the algorithmic bias will interact in the multi-query session. So our study aims to fill this gap in this existing research by investigating the combined effects of human and algorithmic biases in multi-query session, particularly how bias serves in influencing user attitudes and interactions. So actually this project is a continuation of our previous work. We have already investigated users' other cognitive aspects in multi-query sessions, such as their search expectations. And also we have done some work about behavioral economics in interactive information retrieval. So when it comes to confirmation bias, we also consider this question in the multi-query session. Therefore, we ask a research question about what's the users with session attitude changes and how this user within session attitude changes associate with query-wise attitude changes and the user characteristics, and then how the confirmation bias will affect search interactions under surf bias condition, and also how the session bias will affect users with session attitude changes. The key findings indicates that most attitude changes occur in the first query, and confirmation bias affect click-based behaviors and perceived familiarity. And the sequence of the surf bias impacts the attitude changes of users with lower openness to conflicting opinions. So starting with the task design, we focused on 4 debated topics, including the impact of social network sites, the existence of Zooms, the benefits of homework, and the necessity of school uniforms. We extract these topics and also the documents from public data sets, and the documents were annotated on a 7-point Likert scale for the viewpoints and also the strengths of the opinions towards the topic. And to simulate real search scenario, we designed various SERP conditions, including ranking bias, diversity bias, and counterparts, which means we flipped the ranking of the documents, the opinions of documents in the ranking or diversity bias conditions. And also we used obfuscation method to add a warning on the biased results to inform the participants that this results contain some biased information to see if these can affect participants' interactions or attitude changes. So in the study, participants engage in the 3-query session with this predefined bias conditions and interact with the search interface as they would in a normal search engine. And also, based on the biased SERPs, we combine those SERPs and design 5 session bias levels, indicating different numbers of biased SERP in the 3-query session. And also for each session bias level, we further differentiate the bias position by changing the order of the biased SERP. During the study, participants were introduced to a search scenario on a debated topic and provided demographic information, including their self-reported pre-task attitudes, knowledge level on the topic, and the openness toward conflict opinions. And then they were assigned to one of the 4 topics and a specific bias condition. During the 3-query search session, participants select queries from the predefined query set and click on the results on the SERP and evaluate the clicked results usefulness and credibility. After each query, they will re-evaluate their attitude towards the topic and provide feedback on the perceived diversity and the familiarity of the results. And after the 3-query session, they provide the explanation on why they clicked those results. For the non-system results, we first examined session-level attitude changes. We measure this session-level attitude changes in 2 aspects, including first is the directional change, which is the difference between the pre-existing and the post-session attitudes. And also, the second aspect is accumulative change as the sum of absolute differences between query-wise attitude changes. Our findings show that most attitude changes occur after the first query, with subsequent queries contributing less to the accumulative change. Interestingly, users with stronger pre-existing attitudes experienced more significant changes, typically towards the mitigation direction. We also found that higher perceived knowledge and openness to conflicting opinions correlated with less accumulative change, suggesting that these users have more stable attitudes. We then investigate the impacts of the biases on user interactions. We analyze the impacts from two aspects, including the within query effects and the between query effects. So the within query effect means the impacts happened in the current query. It will probably their behaviors and other interactions will change in the current query because of the condition, the bias condition of the current SERP. While the between query means that the conditions of the bias SERP will affect users' interactions in the subsequent queries. So the results show that for the within query effect, user clicks more and explore more lower ranked results in the mitigated conditions. And for the between query effects, we observed that the perceived familiarity with the results in the third query will be various based on the previous conditions. For instance, users reported lower familiarity when transitioning from an obfuscated SERP to a balanced SERP, while higher familiarity will be reported if the participants encountered ranking biases in early queries, indicating that initial SERP biases will influence subsequent interactions. Additionally, we also investigate the impact of the bias conditions on users' attitude changes, although we didn't find significant differences among those session bias conditions in general user group. Then we segmented users by their characteristics, including the pre-existing attitude strengths, knowledge level, openness, and we found that users with lower perceived openness will be more affected by the position of the biased queries. However, we cannot conclude how this position will, which position will have higher impact on their attitude change because we observed contradict results of biased position between the two conditions have different impacts, including the condition with one biased query and the condition with two biased queries. We further enriched our findings by getting support from case studies. We extract 4 types of attitude changes, including mitigated attitude, reinforced attitude, unchanged attitude, and fluctuate attitude. In each type, participants show interesting behavioral patterns and explanations. So for the mitigated situation, one participant initially supported Zoom strongly, but shifted to the opposite direction after interacting with the diverse SERPs. For the explanation about the results, the participants explained that they clicked those results for personal interest and curiosity. For the reinforced situation, when participants have opposing attitude towards social network sites, then the participants become stronger opposing through consistent engaging with the attitude confirming results. And the participants explain that they click those results just because agree with the results opinions. And for the rest of 2 situations, participants also shows that their attitude can be unchanged, although they click diverse opinion results, or their attitude can be fluctuated when they click different opinion results. So regarding of the contribution, actually, this result is not about theoretical development, but I think it raised more question about how we should develop those theories, and I think that will be interesting to discuss about. So our study partially answers some theoretical questions, but leave more questions for further investigations. We observe how confirmation bias affect user interactions and notice the sequence effect on attitude changes. But for the mechanism of the attitude changes and other factors affecting the attitude changes, we still need more empirical studies and more theoretical development to understand how users' attitude change, or how the interaction between confirmation bias and algorithmically biased in the multi-query sessions. So that's our project. This project is supported by an NSF grant and a grant in the University of Oklahoma. And also, I want to thank the NSF travel grant, which support me to travel here. And thank you. I appreciate if you have any questions and feedback.
Hello, this is Wei Jie. Welcome to our talk, PB hash, partitioned B-bit hashing. This is a joint work with Ping Li. So first, let's introduce some popular hashing algorithms for learning tasks. For example, like mean-wise hashing, one permutation hashing, or consistent weighted sampling. They are used to hash a data vector to estimate the Jaccard similarity. So given a data vector, the hash algorithm generates an integer of b bits, and the collision probability of the integer is the Jaccard similarity of the original vectors. So with k hashes, for each data, we will have b times k bits. And for large-scale learning, the model size would be 2 to the b times k. Here, 2 to the b because we consider each integer of b bits as a categorical value. So we have to represent it with one-hot encoding. So we propose partitioned b-bit hashing. We call it PB hash, to reduce the hashes by partitioning the b bits into m chunks. Like we define a lowercase b, such that the lowercase b times m equals the original b bits. Then the model size becomes m times 2 to the lowercase b times k, which is substantially smaller than the original 2 to the b times k. Here is some applications for PB hash. For example, generating hashes can be expensive for industrial scale systems. Like you will have tons of users and you want to generate an hashing codes for each user. The engineers may hope to make use of each hash as much as possible instead of generating more hashes by increasing the k. To protect user privacy, the hashes might be artificially polluted, and the differential privacy budget is proportional to k. Generating those hashes with the polluted values and differential privacy is also expensive, so we want to reuse the hashing codes. After the hashing, the original data are not necessarily stored, and hence it might not be even possible to generate more hashes. That is also another motivation. For advertising and recommendation applications, engineers can also apply PB hash to large categorical ID features, just as the item IDs or user IDs. Here is a visual illustration for the embedding table lookup and PB hash lookup. On the left-hand side, we can see that the original version, we will have an embedding table, like we have the embedding size times to the number of categories, which is 2 to the capital B. Then we have the embeddings, and we get the embeddings and feed it to the following neural networks to do the classification or regression. The problem is the number of categories can be super large, so the embedding table is super large. So for the PB hash lookup case, because we partition the capital B into lowercase b, right, we have m chunks, and each chunk has only lowercase b bits. Then we will only have 2 to the lowercase b categories for each embedding table. After that, we will do the embedding table lookup for each m chunks, and then we merge them into one embedding and feed this embedding into the following neural networks. So the merging can be taking a mean of all the m embeddings, or max, or pros, or you can even concatenate all of them to get a longer embedding. We have a theoretical analysis of chunking the original b bits into m chunks. We show an unbiased estimator of the j, which is a jm, and also its variance, where j is the collision probability of the original mean hash, and jm is the case we partition it with m chunks. Here we plot the inverse of variance ratio when we have a different size of the b. We can see that when m is small, like 2 or 3 or 4, the plotted line is very close to the top left corner, which is good because that means we will have very small loss on accuracy when the m is small. Say, even we choose 4 as the m, we can save a huge amount of the space for the embedding table. Here we use the words dataset to do the empirical evaluation. On the top left figure, we can see that the bias of the word embedding of United and the States is very small to our estimators. You can see the y-axis is 10 to the minus 3. And for the empirical and theoretical difference of those word embeddings of the hashes, you can see they are super small, and the lines of the empirical and theoretical are almost overlapped. Here is another experiment. We use the Westband 1-gram dataset to do the classification. We apply consistent weighted sampling and keep b equals 8 bits for each hash value. We then run the linear SVM classifier to show the test class accuracy. We can see that the line of using m equals 2 or 4 or 8 are almost overlaps on the left figure, and then we zoom in and magnify that part. We can see that when m equals 2 and 4, they are almost very similar to the original case where m equals 1. Right? That tells us by choosing a small m, like 2 or 4, we can barely lose accuracy but save a lot of space and saves a lot of numbers of hashes. More theoretical analysis and experiments can be found in the paper. Here is our conclusion. The idea of PB hash, which is breaking the bits of one hash value into m chunks, is a very natural one after the work on b-bit meanwise hashing. At that time, PB hash did not seem to be obvious advantage compared to b-bit hashing, because regenerating independent hashes would be always more accurate than reusing the hashes. In recent years, because the privacy constraints, we have started to realize the importance of reusing the hashes. Furthermore, with hashing algorithms used in deep neural nets, the hash value, like new ID features, is typically connected to an embedding layer, and hence there is a strong motivation to break the hash bits into chunks to reduce the embedding size. Also, it is natural to apply PB hash to the original high-order categorical ID features. In conclusion, it is anticipated that PB hash will be a good addition to the family of hashing methods with ample applications in deep learning models, advertising, and information retrieval.
Hello everyone, I'm Xiaofu and I'm really delighted to introduce our paper, which titled Analysis of Stopping Strategies in Conversational Search System. This is a collaboration work with Dr. Maria Perez-Ortiz and Dr. Odo Lipani. Our study primarily investigates what is the performance of stopping rules and the models based on those features, and what are the interesting features we found. Here is the outline. In this presentation, I will start with a short introduction. Then I will present the research questions. After that, there is the data side and the stopping rules we have used in this study. And then I will discuss the result and the findings of this study. And finally, there is a short conclusion. Conversational search system is significantly different from traditional web search engines. Those traditional systems respond with a ranked list, while conversational search system, it will involve interactive user engagement to refine search results. Understanding stopping when user decide they have sufficient information is crucial in conversational search system. Based on this background, we propose the following research question. The first one is, how do different stopping rules perform on different data sets? To answer this, we need to adopt stopping rules as features to train logistic regression models on those data sets. And this is fundamental in order to find the limitation as well as to build a baseline for the further exploring. The second is, what is the performance of models built on the selected features? To answer this, we need to combine all of those features to train those models on each train site, and then we will test each model on every test set. Finally, we will analyze all those models by exploring their weights of features. Then we will know their performance as well as their differences. Third is, how do the features influence the prediction of the stoppings? For this question, we will summarize interesting features we found during the experiments and try to explain them. Stopping rules is the term we will use to model or depict the stopping behaviors of users. The basic idea of stopping rules is to quantify the feeling of enough. For example, a user would like to stop the conversation when they feel frustrated enough, as well as they feel the conversation is satisfied enough. Besides this one, there is another very classic example, that is the fixed dips. It will be used in a lot of studies, which assume that the user will stop the conversation once it is longer than fixed dips. In this study, we will use full original datasets. Here in the table 1, it shows their statistics and the features. There are Tapioca, Freestyle, TriCast 2021, and Evocran. And we will also create 3 derivative datasets for analysis. In this study, we have adopted stopping rules from the information retrieval community, and here on the table 2 is the definition of those stopping rules. Those stopping rules will mainly focus on four dimensions. It will be the dips, the similarity replies, which measured by TF-IDF, the relevance, and the lexical information as well. Here is the result of our study. For research question 1, which is the performance of stopping rules, here in table 3 there is the F1 scores of all of those models based on of every stopping rules on each dataset. Here we can see that the effectiveness of stopping rules varies by dataset. For example, the rules based on reply similarity performed well with the eval-cran dataset, but performed the least so with the Topiok and FISTyle, which featured free-form answers. But there is an exception, which is the total number of the non-phrases, unique non-phrases asked by the users. Somehow, it can represent the effort the user have made during the interaction with the system. For research question 2, here is the performance, the F1 score of those logistic regression models trained on all of the features from the stopping rules on each test dataset. Here you can see all of the models achieved pretty high scores, and which means that combining those features come from the stopping rules, we can predict the stopping point effectively. And another is the name with a cross, that is the models with relevance features, which is not available in every dataset, but here those models achieve the higher scores than the models without them, which means that the significance of relevance-related features which cannot be replaced by other features. For further analyzing those models, here in Table 6 we show all of the weights of those models. Here we can find two distribution patterns of those weights. The first one is for all of those original datasets. The deeps of the conversation always play the most important rules. While if we mixed all of the conversation as one dataset, here it is the all dataset, and you can see the lexical information, it will play the most important rules, while the deeps of this dataset, it won't play a very important role. And besides the distribution of the weights, here we also found there are 4 features which can promote the conversation of the continue because their weights are always negative in the model. And here on the right hand side there is a table, as you can see that with the increasing size of the training data sets, the model trained on those training data performs on the test site changed only a little bit. Well, on the left-hand side, there is a figure shows all of the magnitude of those features. As you can see, some of them, the magnitude of those weights will increase with the size of the training data. Well, the performance will stay unchanged, which means those features, it may be helpful for handling the diversity of the dataset. Here is a short conclusion. First, in our study, we show that beside the classic stopping rules, the fixed deeps, there are more suitable stopping rules. For example, the total number of the unique knobs sent by users. Second, the combination of those features can properly predict the stopping points in different scenarios. And the relevance-related features and the deeps will make a big contribution in predicting the stopping points. Finally, we have shown some special features. The first type is those 4 features which always play the negative weights, which can promote the conversation to continue, and as well as another set of features which the weights will change through the increasing size of the data sets. And I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cheng-Long, for that final session. Now I have the honor to to do the closing session for this year's ICTIR. And I first want to thank you all for sticking around for so long. You've watched, a lot of you have watched 24 paper presentations. I see a lot of faces that were here this morning. Thank you so much. I have good news. Oh, sure, yeah, thank you. Thank you for your attention. As a reward for your great attention, we have 2 more talks that are online videos that you can watch later. So we had 2 speakers who couldn't make it. It'll be part of the YouTube upload that we'll do. Okay, so we had a couple of changes this year that I mentioned this at the start. It's the first time that we have a separate day, a separate social event. And I think that separate day went very well by the fact that you were all, we had a big, almost a big audience throughout the entire day. Also the fact that we went for no parallel sessions, I think was a good decision in that usually there's, so even if you go into 2 sessions, it's usually not 50-50, but more 95% split. We didn't have that here. I was worried about the limited time that each speaker had, so to present papers in 9 minutes. I actually did think that everyone did a tremendous job. I really enjoyed the presentations, so I'm very happy how that turned out. Again, we didn't know beforehand what was going to happen. We also recorded everything for YouTube, so we're considering whether that swap that we made over here, well, maybe if you're on YouTube, this is all fine. We didn't change anything. And like I said, on YouTube, there's going to be 2 more talks. It's very usual that in a closing session like this, we have some pictures that give you some impressions so that you remember what you saw. I think for a one-day conference, this isn't quite necessary, but this is what it looked like this morning. We already had about the same amount of people as we have here, so what I'm very happy with. We had our keynote speaker, Minmin. Unfortunately, she already had to leave today. We had many great presentations throughout the day. And then I have one little sneak peek for you. So this isn't ready, of course, but this is, you'll see more of this later. This is what's being set up right now. Okay, then there is another important thing that we still have to take care of, and that's the Best Paper Awards. So I mentioned this morning our nominees, and then I'd like to invite Vanessa Murdoch, the chair of SIGIR. Am I saying that right? Yes. So not SIGIR 2024, but the organization SIGIR, to help with awarding the awards, handing out the awards.
Really heavy, so
yeah.
Somebody has to help him lift them. So wait, where's your hand?
Yep. So I'll start with the honorable mention, and I'll take out my notes. Since they gave me half an hour for the closing session, I can't help but to draw out the tension a little bit. So I mentioned before what we did for the best papers is the entire organizing committee looked at the shortlist, which were the 5 highest reviewed papers, and we looked for what we thought were exemplary ICTIR papers, ICTIR papers, and also which papers were outstanding in that respect. And we actually found this a very difficult decision. So it was very hard for us to make a decision. We think that there are really good papers here. So it's very tough for us to make a decision. But we considered the following. So for the honorable mention, what came to my mind is ICTIR was in Staudinger in 2020, and the motto that they had was theory does not equal math. What they meant by that, I think, is that being a theoretical paper doesn't just mean that you have a lot of equations. It means that you have a structured and formal manner in which you approach work and think about how it should be done. In that sense, our honorable mention is a really exemplary ICTIR paper, as it takes an important problem that's generally not approached from a theoretical angle and shows that a formal approach can lead to important conclusions in that area. Reviewers were very impressed by the systematic results that were well supported by the empirical experiments. So our honorable mention goes towards a formal characterization of user simulation objectives in conversational information access by Nolan Bernard and Christian Larocque. Okay. Then for the best paper award. So a lot of the things that were said about the previous paper also apply to this paper. So we also have a formal approach, the building of sort of a framework. But what really made this work outstanding and what might have made the biggest difference here is that we really thought this was a very creative approach. So creative in the sense that they were providing a new foundation for a new direction in an IR research by providing sort of a novel theoretical framework for an understudied problem. And this was also backed up by very creative empirical studies. So we were very impressed that this paper combined formal theory contributions with studies involving human participants and even generative AI. So the innovative, creative, and diverse contribution set really set this work apart. Ladies and gentlemen, the best paper award goes to Ranking-Incentivized Document Manipulations for Multiple Queries by Okay. Another thing that's very useful in the closing session is that we look towards the future, but actually the way that ICTIR is organized, we don't know very much. What we do know is that next year's SIGIR will be in Padua, Italy, so likely ICTIR as well, but that's about all I can say. So more information to follow on that later in the year. Lastly, I would just like to thank some people. So first of all, our great program chairs, Hannah Bast and Chengyang Xiong. Our proceedings chair, Negin Rahimi, thank you as well. So I mentioned this morning, but the real difficulty about the ICTIR conference is that there's very limited time, so these people had to do the amount of a small conference, that amount of work, but then in about half or a third of the time that you usually get. So this is really really a big achievement, and we really would not be able to do it without them.
Also thank Harry.
Oh, thank you. I also want to give a shout out to the chairs of general chairs of SIGIR. So they also helped us a lot. Wei, who helped us with getting volunteers. Sola Pera, who helped with getting the students travel grants. So a lot of people were here because of her work. And Executive Events, who did a lot in the background, similar for the volunteers that we have here. So. Thanks, everyone. We have our sponsor, SIGIR, who helps with the funding. And I think, that all that leaves for me is to say, see you at the reception at 6 o'clock in the Senate room. Thanks, everyone.